when we're ready to go, Kayla. Thank you, Kayla.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's March the 4th, and it's here to start our hearings in House Economic Matters Committee. I ask for anyone listening who's online to please note that the chat is only for members. I ask that you keep yourself muted unless you're asked to be, or you're unmuted or asked to be unmuted. We will be observing a very strict 2-minute policy. Obviously, our electeds can speak as long as they so choose, but remember, at some point, you're just doing your bill a disservice. And for all of my colleagues out there, I believe in the Economic Matters Committee, I know we have some spicy arguments we want to make, but I'll let you know, I think we have 69 witnesses today, and it is Friday. So the arguments that are made may sound wonderful in your head, but maybe we could keep them there. Either way, I look forward to everyone's participation. We will get started with our first good delegate from Western Maryland, Delegate Jason Buckle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. House Bill 1085 is a bill that essentially, with a few minor modifications, this committee has seen before, and we hope that you take seriously for consideration. It was last year's iteration of the bill was referred for interim study by the committee, and I know several members of the committee and some of the advocates and the stakeholders within this process have had opportunities to speak about it over the interim and coming into this session. I'll try to very briefly, it's obviously a little bit of a complicated bill, but I'm going to try to be very brief and try to make 4 points. What does the bill do? Predominantly, the bill removes a couple of categories from the renewable energy portfolio standard, including mill residue, what's something called slash, a byproduct of the wood industry, and brush. But it includes and replaces perhaps specified silvicultural. That's a word that you don't use very often. Silvicultural basically means wood and forestry products and natural wood waste into the definition of the renewable portfolio standard as a more green energy. The bill also authorizes thermal biomass systems to use a mix of food waste, qualifying biomass, and animal manure as a source of fuel, regardless of the relative mix. There have been some highly technical rules encompassed within the RPS about what the mix can be. And the industry actors and the energy experts do not believe that limiting it in that way makes any sense with modern technologies, that we should eliminate that mix requirement. The second point I'll make is why. Why are we doing this bill? This bill is being brought forward for 2 reasons. Number one, because we fundamentally believe that adding qualifying biomass and changing the definition of thermal biomass to allow for more of the inclusion of these silvicultural products in the mix, so to speak, is at the end of the day a positive environmental maneuver. It's positive for our local, our regional, and our national, and perhaps global environmental sustainability, because it is less harmful in potential ways than historical fossil fuels. That may surprise some of on the committee. I'm usually a fairly good fossil fuel supporter. I can't hide that. But I would always look for an opportunity to see if we can compromise and come up with something that maybe is better. In addition to the environmental concerns, this is a substantial economic issue for our state, for many regions of our state. For Western Maryland, the Eastern Shore, there are forested lands throughout the I-95 corridor. There are forested lands in Charles County. I believe I didn't get an opportunity to go along, but I think part of the interim study may in fact have been a visit to some stakeholders and some operations in Charles County to indicate how this bill, the provisions of this bill, would help them grow and sustain their industry, both environmentally in terms of forestry and forest products, but also economically to create more jobs in a sustainable way for their region. The only other 2 points that I would make is I want to make sure that we understand that wood products, or including these silvicultural products in the RPS, does not necessarily mean burning them. There is a conception of, we've all witnessed wood burn before. We've all done bonfires, had fires at our homes, things of that nature. And we think that, the wood is burning and the soot and the black smoke is going into the sky. This is a highly technological and advanced process. And there's a word that I'm going to use called pyrolysis. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Pyrolysis is one of the technologies that's available to convert biomass to an intermediate liquid product that then can be refined to be used in the energy production process, can basically be made a fuel. There's no oxygen present in the pyrolysis process. It's essentially these wood products are heated without oxygen being present to such a level that they begin to decompose, and it breaks down their energy and fuel releasing components. And because no oxygen is present, the combustion does not occur. And so as a result, there's not this sooty sort of smoke-filled arena from using the pelleted wood or other wood products. So I want to make sure that, we're talking about that legitimately as we go through the bill hearing and its consideration. And finally, I would note that, as I always say, Maryland does not exist in a bubble. We are a part of a regional, national, and global economy. States around us are already beginning to do this. They have increased the use of silvicultural products and other similar substances within their qualifying biomass definition. Some states I can direct you to, certainly New Hampshire. New Hampshire has used this in an incredibly environmentally sustainable fashion. New Hampshire is a very purple state. It is certainly not a bright red state from an environmental perspective. It has some wonderful forested areas, and they're getting a lot of their energy, an increasing amount at least of their energy, from these qualifying biomass uses. And in Pennsylvania, right to the north of our border, I know of situations where schools, this is a good system that can be used to provide heating for schools that may currently have old coal-fired burners from the 1960s, the 1970s. They may be hooked up for natural gas that went in the 1970s or 1980s. If you're going to convert them to something, this is the type of system that can be developed with qualifying biomass and using that as their heat source right at or near the school facility. And it's a win-win-win. It's a win for the public school system if it makes it cheaper and easier to do. It's a win for your environmental goals if it reduces the reliance on outdated fossil fuel technologies. And it's a win for the lumber industry, for the men and women who work in this very hard industry out there, harvesting trees, replanting trees, creating the sustainability of our forests, turning those tree products into usable things that we all need in our lives. They will benefit from the expansion of their industry through enacting this bill. So with that, Mr. Chair, I know we have some other people to testify, and I'll be happy at whatever point you choose appropriate if there are any substantive questions.
Sure thing. So the first person we have is William Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Am I duly registered here, sir?
Apologize, sir.
Can you see me okay? Am I good?
You're doing well.
Okay. First off, Bill Miles on behalf of the Association of Forest Industries. Let me underscore exactly what Delegate Buckle just said. He did an excellent job of explaining the macro explanation of what this bill would mean for forestry and meeting Maryland's greenhouse gas reduction goals through way of a renewable resource. But this bill really does. This bill is technical, and yet it has one major substantive change that thermal biomass systems can never get online in the market without a very simple change by eliminating one adverb called primarily. The bill, in terms of the silvicultural references, are basically eliminating archaic forestry terms, okay? The section of the law on page 2, it says primarily. That was a word that we added to the code about 12, 14 years ago when I was working then with AG Doug Gansler on a fiber shore project, they called it, to mix poultry litter and wood chips into electricity. At the time, the thought was we had to amend the RPS to say that the primary fuel for a thermal biomass system had to be basically 51% poultry litter. Well, that project never happened, and it will never happen. But because of that word primarily, there is no market incentive to build a forest biomass fuel facility because you can't get build or sell thermal racks because the word primarily exists. So cleaning the code up and you're eliminating an adverb, it'll make a market happen for us.
Are you done, sir?
I am. Did I exceed my time limit, Mr. Chairman?
Oh, you did just fine, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Emmanuel Wagner.
Yeah, thank you, dear Chair, dear committee members. Emmanuel Wagner. I'm the Managing Director of the Biomass Thermal Energy Council. We advocate for the sustainable use of wood and agricultural biomass for clean and efficient heat. Maryland has a very ambitious energy goal, and we do need to make progress fast to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and imported energy. Commercial and industrial biomass heating systems provide reliable domestic energy at low cost for their customers. Using biomass for heating is 90% efficient and replaces the use of fossil fuel with a 100% renewable resource today. The IPCC, the International Panel for Climate Change, the EPA, the Forest Service, the DOE, and other federal and state agencies all consider biomass a sustainable and renewable energy source. And the Forest Service funded a recent study that shows that the carbon intensity from wood chips and pellets is carbon negative when considering avoided emissions. So biomass heating is therefore one of the lowest carbon intensities available and should be part of the RPS. Biomass heating does not add more strain to the electric grid. Therefore, it improves energy resilience and outages and avoids what we call Dunkelflaute, or the dark lull. That refers to the challenges created by low solar and wind production in the winter, which will become especially challenging as we expand the adoption of electricity-based heating systems like heat pumps. Biomass heating avoids all of that and thus helps us meet our climate goals faster. That is why many European countries are strongly supportive of biomass heating, and it helps them transition off of Russian gas imports. For example, 20% of all heating in Austria is using modern wood heating. Our neighbors to the north have also adopted biomass thermal rec legislation, so this isn't Maryland doing something unique. We're following good practice. Finally, biomass heating uses a homegrown energy source, a byproduct from wood utilization like lumber mills, furniture making, and building construction. Using this byproduct creates an additional value chain for those local communities. It adds value to forests and improves forest management, and especially benefits rural communities, thus creating jobs in areas that often lack economic opportunities. Strongly urge you to support HB 1085 and create an incentive for commercial facilities to adopt this renewable resource and advance our climate and energy goals in Maryland. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have John Ackerly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is John Ackerly. I'm the president of the Alliance for Green Heat, a Maryland-based nonprofit that supports all renewable heating, in fact, all renewables. So we do not represent industry at all, the forestry industry or any industry. We represent consumers and the environment. It's important to include thermal biomass as a tier 1 renewable energy in the RPS, because otherwise these systems aren't as cost effective, similar to wind and solar. And my organization also looks to a future where we have no combustion technology or nuclear power, but we're not there yet. So thermal biomass may be a transition fuel, not because it's a fantastic solution, because it's far, far better than the fossil fuels that will otherwise be used. So let's be visionary, let's be idealistic, but let's be practical. A few points. First of all, Maryland has hardly any market for thermal biomass RECs, and that's not likely to change, but we should not prevent good projects from being built. Second, a lot, if not most, wood used in thermal biomass is waste wood. It's residuals that will be produced anyway. Third, larger wood heating systems have modern controls and produce little particulates. Otherwise, they wouldn't be permitted by the MDE. And as Delegate Buckley said, a lot of these modern systems use pyrolysis. Pyrolysis is simply where you have a oxygen-starved chamber that's superheated, so the gases, off gas, are burned later. Most of you who used gas heat or oil heat, that's direct combustion, closer to incineration. Here in Tacoma Park, we've been a leader in thermal biomass. Mike Tidwell started a corn co-op here and is still a supporter of using biomass for heat. So I would urge the committee to look again at this and to support including biomass in the RPS. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Charlotte Davis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Charlotte Davis, Executive Director of the Rural Maryland Council, here in support of House Bill 1085. We've been very concerned with the impacts, the negative impacts to the forest industry recently, including supporting a recent economic adjustment strategy for the forest industry and the 9,000 jobs that it supports. We believe that this bill could expand those opportunities for our landowners and making sure that we're benefiting local economies. We think this would create a strong market and would result in landowners managing their land while promoting those environmental benefits that everybody has mentioned. So we believe the any of these opportunities will result in improving our local economies. And so we ask that you support House Bill 1085. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Joe Henson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Joe Henson. I'm a consulting forester in Salisbury. I'm also president of the Maryland Forestry Association. We represent forest products companies, loggers, and landowners. We're also part of a coalition of 35 groups that generally support wood energy. To date, no one has applied for T-RECs in Maryland, to the best of my knowledge. The law can be interpreted as requiring credits or allowing credits only for those systems that burn a combination of animal manure and qualified biomass. No such system exists, and in the real world, a biomass system that uses such a combination is extremely unlikely. The law's current language certainly is a barrier, and this bill removes any ambiguity in the statute and provides a clear path to gain access to T-RECs to using wood as a standalone fuel. So the central piece of clarifying legislation paves the way for more efficient and economic use of wood, and we urge the committee's favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next, we have Doug Myers, unfavorable. Go ahead, Mr. Myers.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, chairs. My name is Doug Myers. I'm the Maryland Senior Scientist at Chesapeake Bay Foundation, registering opposed to House Bill 1085. I'm also representing with a sign-on that you can see in our written testimony from Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund, Sierra Club Maryland Chapter, Chesapeake Physicians for Social Responsibility, Indivisible Howard County, Elders Climate Action Maryland, 350 MoCo, and Unitarian Universalist Legislative Ministry of Maryland. All of these co-signed organizations oppose HB 1085, which broadens the definition of qualifying biomass as a Tier 1 renewable energy source, and it allows those sources to be burned directly as fuel. Because this language of the bill says to be used as fuel, it does not require pyrolysis, which is the technique that you heard described before. The allowance of silviculture and products and natural wood waste to be burned directly as fuel has the potential to increase deforestation across the state after the legislature just last year improved the planting of millions of trees. Generates more greenhouse gases than the natural decomposition that those wood components would from forestry. And if they are burned directly, they will emit soot particles known to cause respiratory issues. There is a current analysis being conducted by the Mitigation Working Group of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change, which is looking at all of the Tier 1 sources, specifically of how woody biomass and other Tier 1 sources would affect the transition to solar and wind that do have zero carbon emissions. And it's premature to include biomass as a Tier 1 resource at this time until the recommendations of that study are complete. So we urge the committee's unfavorable report on HB 1085, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Mike Ewald.
Thank you. My name is Mike Ewald. I'm with Energy Justice Network, and I'm here to testify in opposition to this bill. Biomass burning, based on the best science that's out there, based on EPA data, emits about 50% more CO2 per unit of energy than burning coal does. It is not carbon neutral, and it's been debunked by scientists for over a decade now, this notion that biomass burning, that extra pulse of CO2 somehow shouldn't be counted, or that any of it shouldn't be counted, because when the sunlight goes through the atmosphere, it doesn't interview CO2 molecules and say, did you come from a tree? Oh, I won't heat you up then. It doesn't work that way. And they pointed out that these theories that somehow the trees are sucking it back up on a timescale that's relevant is not true. And it's already counted in climate models that trees are growing anyway. So to discount the CO2 is double counting. And that's why scientists for over 10 years now have been pointing out that it is not carbon neutral. And it's not carbon neutral in a meaningful time frame because it takes decades for CO2 to be sucked back up by those trees. such as that it takes about 45 years just to get it down to the level of coal if you plant new trees and don't cut them down. Now, pyrolysis is also, it's not true that it doesn't have oxygen. They don't add oxygen, but there's already oxygen in there. And that's why the syngas includes oxygen, which means it can produce dioxins when burned, and it does, especially because it burns at lower temperatures. And there is combustion, it's just in a second stage. So what you heard earlier was not true. It does involve burning. It's very expensive and very sensitive. So a lot of these machines break down and are not economically viable, which is why conventional burning is more likely to happen than pyrolysis anyway. And even where they have done that a lot, like in New Hampshire, which was cited earlier, a lot of them are shutting down because they can't afford to survive without government subsidies, which is why they're here before you now. So thank you. Please oppose this bill.
Thank you very much, Delegate Buckle. Thank you for your time, sir. I believe that concludes your matters with my committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to our next bill. I hope that Delegate Barvey, is he on?
I'm here.
Outstanding.
Here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. You're bringing us a wonderful bill with a lot of witnesses, 38 in total. So thank you. It's House Bill 708. Please, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Please forgive me for having so many people who are fired up by this bill, both in favor and against. So House Bill 708, the Comprehensive Climate Solutions Act, is part of a 4-bill package of legislation dealing with climate solutions for the state of Maryland going into the future. Unlike the Senate, we decided to break it up into 4 bills, and each bill is going to a single committee. And that's the strategy that I think makes the most sense for us and for the legislation. Well, first and foremost, the most important thing that this bill does is it sets at 60% the greenhouse gas reduction for the economy of the state of Maryland compared to what our greenhouse gas emissions were in the year 2006. It also establishes a net zero goal for the year 2045. And it says that the legislature will have to pull the trigger a second time. In the year 2030, the legislature will have to approve that net zero goal for the year 2045. So we get a second bite at the apple at that time. Let me just briefly address some of the major provisions of the bill, and then I'll wind up with some editorial comments at the end. To begin with, of course, there are the greenhouse gas reduction goals of 60 and net zero that I mentioned. We also are going to, under this bill, expand and strengthen the state's programs addressing climate justice. Specifically, the bill asks the Commission on Environmental Justice with developing a means to identify communities that are disproportionately affected by climate change, and furthermore, to develop specific recommendations to address the concerns of those committees. Next, we are going to really attack cutting methane emissions from municipal solid waste. By its own admission, the state of Maryland dramatically miscalculated methane emissions. They are probably more than twice what was originally anticipated. And as you might be aware, Mr. Chairman, methane gas is anywhere from 40 to 80 times more potent a greenhouse gas than CO2. And at the end of its life, it breaks down into CO2. So it goes from worse to merely bad. So we also are offering some amendments to use language used by the state of Oregon for their most recent comprehensive standards on methane. Next, we established a just transition employment and retraining work group. Obviously, this is a major transition in the economy, and we have to work to make sure people are ready to transition to the new jobs in this new economy. Specifically, the bill is going to report on the number of green jobs created, as well as the skills and training needed to transition people. Next, we're going to create a climate justice conservation corps, and this is going to be done under the auspices of the Chesapeake Bay Trust, which is the nonprofit that currently developed and administers the Climate Conservation Corps. What this aspect of this will do is it'll seek and give out grant money to NGOs, universities, community colleges, with the objective of employing young people in substantial projects that address validated needs of resolving climate justice issues. The Chesapeake Bay Trust has also offered an amendment to smooth out the regulation of that aspect of the law. Also, the bill is going to promote the beneficial electrification and greenhouse gas reduction for consumers. What this basically means is that the law will require the Public Service Commission to work with utilities to encourage the natural transition from fossil fuel burning heating technologies to electrified efficient heating technologies like heat pumps and other appliances for consumer use. Next, and finally, it's going to establish a climate transition and clean energy hub to promote the creation and use of technology that can reduce greenhouse gases and costs for the building sector. The bill requires a state to develop a clearinghouse to provide the latest information and technical assistance to reduce emissions. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, I guess, the best way to discuss greenhouse gas reduction and the entire challenge that's important to Maryland, because as you know, we're especially vulnerable to climate change, uniquely vulnerable because of our coastline and other factors. I've been involved in this issue area of the law for 20 years now, roughly, and to a very great extent, I think it's safe to say that the low-hanging fruit has been plucked, and now we are in a position where every decision is very, very difficult. We're going from the plucking of low-hanging fruit to hand-to-hand combat in so many instances. It's my belief, Mr. Chairman, that we are going to have to transition to a more electrified economy. We're going to have to transition to the grid to more clean, non-carbon sources. And it's my belief that this is a 20 to 25 year transition that we really have to begin today, because it's something we have to do, but it's not something that we can do instantaneously. So the journey of 1,000 steps ought to begin the day after sine die. And it's my hope that you and I together and our legislature can begin the really hard work that's involved. But I believe at the end of the day, we'll be left with an environment that's cleaner, and we'll be left with energy sources that are more affordable for our businesses and our constituents. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for allowing me to testify, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. And if the members of your committee think of questions later on, they all know where I live. They can ask me offline as well.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll say this in reading your bill and some of the bills like this, that the thing we're at now, you did mention the low hanging fruit. And I always tell people, sometimes if you want to lose 50 pounds in a month, the first 15 are easy.
Yeah.
That last 10 will get you.
Yep.
And this is one of those times where we have to really put our money where our mouth is and determine what we want to be as a state and what sacrifices we're willing to make to be that. And again, in weight loss terms, that might mean eating boiled chicken and broccoli every day and running 8 miles. And it's a challenge. It's something that we have to be willing to do, but we have to actually know what those challenges are and what's going to be asked of us as a state. So I do look forward to working with you on this bill and discussing this further. Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. Chairman, feel free to put a little cayenne pepper on that boiled chicken.
There you go, brother. Thank you very much.
Right.
And we're going to try to do this a little differently since there are quite a few witnesses. So we're going to jump back and forth between page of favorables and page of unfavorables. We're going to start with the favorables.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I hope you don't mind. I'm going to leap off and get back to my committee to make sure they're behaving themselves.
Mr. Chair, we know just how important you are, so we would expect nothing less. I got you, brother. Thank you.
And by the way, I still am not happy that Andrea is on your committee and not mine. But she's a good person.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, sir. And I would also ask Delegate Ahrens to please fix his camera again because he's blinding some of us. The first witness is going to be Jonathan Gorman.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. John Gorman. I'm a clinical psychologist with a private practice in Towson and an assistant clinical professor at Loyola University. So why is a psychologist testifying for a climate bill? In my professional opinion, the climate crisis is in fact the greatest mental health crisis we face. Climate disasters such as floods, droughts, and heat waves lead to increased rates of PTSD, substance abuse, insomnia, depression, anxiety, and violence. 20% of people who experience a climate disaster develop chronic psychological dysfunction. Scores of published studies show that as the temperature rises, the suicide rate rises. A Johns Hopkins study found that warming temperatures are highly correlated with violence and trauma-related admissions to the ER. Another study showed that every degree the temperature rises results in a noticeable increase in depression, stress, and difficulty managing emotions. If you are a person of color, the effects of climate on the psychological health of your community are even more pronounced. I'm also here today to speak out on behalf of my daughter, who turns 4 1 week from today, and on behalf of all children who are too young to vote for you, but will be the most impacted by how we confront the climate crisis. A recent study found that 45% of young people feel so anxious or afraid about the future of the environment that it negatively impacts their daily ability to function. Over 60% of young people feel their government has not done enough about the climate. Children experience rates of PTSD after climate disasters at double the rates of adults. House Bill 708 will decrease greenhouse gas emissions and work towards environmental justice for communities disproportionately affected by climate change. I urge a favorable report. One generation from now, people will look back on this time and will make no distinction between those who were climate change deniers and those who knew the urgency of the climate crisis but did not act. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have is Josh Kurtz.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee. Thank you for having me today in support of HB 708. For the record, my name is Josh Kurtz. I'm the Maryland Executive Director of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. As you heard from the chair of E&T, there's a lot to cover in this bill. And the great thing about it is it all rolls up to one thing, and that is reducing emissions. And it reduces emissions by reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, the burning of fossil fuels, and the pollutants that they put in the air that contribute to all of the impacts that we've heard about: rising sea levels, intense heat, flooding, et cetera. But something I really wanted to focus on for the committee today is that this action not only reduces greenhouse gases, but it also reduces co-pollutants that impact human health and that impact our natural resources in the bay. Nitrogen oxide, which is the gaseous form of nitrogen, are also reduced when we reduce fossil fuel, and it makes up about 30% of the nitrogen pollution going into the bay. So there's a lot of reasons to support this bill. That's just one. And with that, I urge a favorable report on HB 708. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monica Brooks is next. Is there a Monica Brooks?
Sorry, I'm here. Okay, sorry.
Go ahead, Mrs. Brooks.
Thank you.
And hold on one second, please. Kayla, we're gonna let everybody have 2 minutes. I know they prepared for 2 minutes, and since we didn't notify them, I just hope that everyone decides to realize they don't have to take their entire 2 minutes, because we have a lot of witnesses, but I'm going to give everybody as much time as they prepared for. So go ahead, Ms. Brooks. I apologize.
You're fine. Thank you. Greetings, Chairman Wilson and committee members. My name is Monica Brooks. I'm a citizen of Wycomico County, and I'm an environmental justice chair for Wycomico County NAACP. We are requesting a favorable report on House Bill 708. It's no secret that the U.S. is the second largest global emitter of carbon dioxide, and a significant amount of it comes from agriculture. The Greenhouse Gas Emissions Reduction Act calls for a reduction of emissions of 40% by 2030. House Bill 708, the Comprehensive Climate Solution Act, sets a goal of 60% reductions by 2032 in order to reach net neutrality by 2045. Other recommendations that have come have been far too gradual. We believe that we're in a state of emergency and on the verge of a climate tipping point. This is why we're here supporting this bill, because a legislative solution is so imperative that government action is absolutely necessary. Communities of color and low-income communities have been disproportionately impacted by the negative effects and impacts of fossil fuel industry. These communities that will be hit hardest will ultimately be the first casualties. The richest 10% of people produce half of the planet's individual consumption-based fossil fuels, while the poorest 50% contribute to only 10%. Why must the majority continue to suffer for the sins of a minority? This bill ensures that climate solutions reach these communities and brings the aid that they need. House Bill 708 also directs the Maryland Department of Environment to work in consultation with the Maryland Commission on Environmental Justice and Sustainable Communities, of which I'm a commissioner, to study cumulative impacts and identify communities disproportionately affected by climate change. Here on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, our biggest fight is against industrial agriculture, and we're seeing continual effects of climate change every single day. Flooding and heat, areas that the heat is just tremendous here on the shore. So for these reasons, we are asking for a favorable report for House Bill 708, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next is going to be Todd Novick.
Yes, good afternoon, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Todd Novick. I am the Senior Director of Sustainability Policy at the National Housing Trust. We are a nonprofit that creates and preserves affordable housing around the country, including more than 450 units in Maryland. My testimony is focused on the changes to Empower included in the legislation, beginning on page 24 of the bill. Specifically, we support requiring Empower programs and services to prioritize the installation of electric heat pumps in low-income housing. The National Housing Trust has successfully implemented energy efficiency upgrades in our Maryland properties, thanks in large part to the support through the Empower program. Maryland has one of the best affordable housing retrofit programs in the country, the Multifamily Energy Efficiency and Housing Affordability Program, or MIHA. MIHA is administered by DHCD and funded through Empower. However, the program's impact is limited for two reasons. One, the program is vastly underfunded. The program's budget in 2020 accounted for just 2% of the overall Empower program budget. And second, the program does not prioritize replacing existing fossil fuel burning heating systems with high efficiency electric heat pumps. As awareness of the cost-saving benefits of high efficiency heat pumps continues to grow, households and builders who can afford the upfront cost of the technology will make the transition off of gas, and low-income Marylanders will be excluded from this transition. To prevent this outcome, robust incentives are needed to assist affordable housing providers with the cost of electrifying their buildings to reduce energy costs and create healthier housing for residents. House Bill 708 is critical to making such incentives a reality, and I encourage a favorable report on the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have Andrew Place.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm Andrew Place, Energy and Climate Policy Director at Clean Air Task Force and former Vice Chairman of Pennsylvania's Public Utility Commission, testifying in support of House Bill 708. The issues of infrastructure growth, grid reliability, cost, and job impacts are frequently discussed when considering the transition to a zero carbon economy mid-century. We analyze these issues to demonstrate that the 2045 net zero greenhouse gas emissions requirement is achievable. The reliability of the electric grid is not strictly a function of the emissions target. Instead, grid reliability is a function of the design of the electric grid. As the share of variable energy resources like wind and solar increases, reliability would be managed by maintaining firm, dispatchable zero carbon power like nuclear or natural gas with carbon capture. House Bill 708 sets Maryland up for success by enabling a full range of generation sources. Analysis clearly demonstrates the economic value of this all of the above strategy as being fundamental to achieving the net zero obligation at least cost and lowest risk. Consumers are not likely to see appreciable shifts in electricity prices due to the net zero transition. For example, the all of the above strategy resulted in a cost of electricity of about $41 per megawatt hour in today's dollars. In comparison, over the past 10 years, PJM's average electricity costs has ranged from between $20 to $55 per megawatt hour. That is, average wholesale electricity prices in a decarbonized grid are likely to remain reasonably consistent with today's prices. We urge the committee to issue favorable reports on House Bill 708. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go to some unfavorables. Robert Parlett.
Hi, my name is Bobby Parlett. I'm with Birch Oil and Birch Propane. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I'm a virtual and broach propane. I'm also a board member with NORA, the National Research Alliance. I'm here to speak out in opposition to Bill 708. The unintended consequences of this bill would likely close the doors of many small oil and propane companies in Maryland and displace its employees. HB 708 encourages and promotes the replacement of oil and propane systems with an all-electric heat pump. It wants to use Empower Maryland funds to provide incentives to homeowners to replace the oil and propane systems with all-electric heat pumps. It specifically prohibits the financial assistance with systems that use oil or propane. The current Empower Maryland guidelines prohibits fuel switching. This change would add to the electrical usage. Empower Maryland was specifically designed to reduce electrical usage and not add electrical load. This would also create potential grid load issues, and the Maryland Public Service Commission has expressed these concerns as well. This bill would have the largest financial impact on low-income and elderly who use these types of fuels. Also, HB 708 would raise the greenhouse gas standards from 60% to 40% from the current rate of 40%. Fuel suppliers and equipment manufacturers in the oil, heat, and propane industry have been working toward a 40% reduction, not 60. We currently have fuels in testing in homes in Massachusetts, and we're on target for that 2030 deadline, but the arbitrary change to 60% would certainly put all that research and development back on the drawing board and have to start all over again. This doesn't appear to be based on a lot of science. It just seems like it was added to prevent the oil and the propane companies from doing business in Maryland. We certainly don't want this change. The bill may very well put us out of business by 2030. We respectfully ask for a no vote.
Thank you very much. Now we'll go to Steve Stuck. Colleagues, I see your hands. I'm just going to get through a panel of favorables and unfavorables before we start talking.
This is Steve Stuck. Can you
yes,
hear me now? Okay, yes, thank you. My name is Steve Stuck, and I am the owner of Stuck Enterprises, a second-generation family business which operates Oakland Oil and Propane, Deep Creek Mountain Utilities, and the Deep Creek Fireplace and Outdoor Store in Garrett County, which is the far western county in the state. We have over 125 employees and are very active in supporting our community and always have been. I applaud the legislature's desire to address the growing need to find ways to protect the environment. However, as someone who works in the industry that provides alternative fuel sources, I believe a path that relies solely on electricity is unsafe, expensive, and creates a harmful economic impact of the people of Maryland. Many residents, businesses, and hospitals in Maryland rely on propane as a primary source of fuel or on propane power generators in the event of loss of electricity. Lack of power is dangerous to human life and has a negative impact when businesses are forced to close. Propane provides dependable, efficient, and an efficient fuel source that is readily available on site. I just wanted to express my opposition to the bill, and just from a small business owner that employs 125 people, that cares about our community. I just think this is too quick and too fast of a change, and our industry is working really hard to be part of the solution. And I would ask us that be considered, that we continue to be part of the solution to the climate change issue. And I just just to say that from a business owner that I fear that these kind of bills will put businesses like us out of business. And we represent and supply to thousands of customers in that Western Maryland area, and we want to protect their interests. So I just respectfully oppose the bill, and I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mark Callahan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Mark Callahan. I'm here in opposition to House Bill 708. I'm representing Callahan's Gas, which is a third-generation business founded in 1937. I'm also here representing my 12 employees and their families, and my 2,000 customers and their families. This bill limits consumer choice, picks winners and losers. It puts too much stress on our electric grid. It puts all of our energy eggs in one basket. The Public Service Commission just came out with a letter that states if we get rid of fossil fuels, that's going to add 80 terawatts of increased energy demand on our grid. I wouldn't want all of my eggs in that basket. That same letter says that consumer costs will increase due to Empower surcharges and accelerated recovery costs. The Wall Street Journal and 60 Minutes both just came out with pieces that discuss the vulnerability and unreliability of our energy grid. There's an energy analysis that just came out in October that talked about how much efficiency is lost when you reach out to create energy, electric power, from the time you reach out to grab it till it gets to the final homeowner, and it's 38% efficient. Electric companies testified in the Senate that their immediate plan to replace fossil fuels is to burn natural gas for power. Right now, natural gas, propane, we have 92 to 93% efficient systems in homes. We're going to replace that with something that's 38% efficient. That doesn't make sense. Clean burning fossil fuels are part of the solution. We heat homes, we heat hot water, and we're power backup when power goes out. This bill goes too far, too fast. Moving forward with propane keeps consumer price down and energy reliability up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Frank Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, and thank you, committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to offer comments on House Bill 708. My name is Frank Taylor, and I'm president of Taylor Gas Company. Taylor Gas is a small family-run propane business located in Lexington Park in St. Mary's County. We're proud to point out that Taylor Gas is in its third generation, and we've been serving Southern Maryland since 1950. We employ a workforce of 25 full-time positions from bulk truck drivers, service technicians, and office staff. We provide clean, efficient propane to many of our residential, commercial, industrial, and agricultural customers in 4 Southern Maryland counties. Taylor Gas Company and my family have made and continue to make a tremendous investment in not only our business, but our community. I speak to you today in strong opposition to House Bill 708, not because there is disagreement about the desire to reduce greenhouse emissions, but because this bill as proposed threatens to ruin the very business my family and many other families in similar energy businesses have worked so hard to build over many generations. House Bill 708 as presented encourages the people of Maryland to replace their propane heating equipment with electricity through financial aid programs funded with state funds. This funding source would be unavailable for propane gas appliance purchases. By directing the use of only electricity for their energy sources, Marylanders are being unfairly required to severely limit their freedom of choice when it comes to energy selection. Eliminating the use of clean, efficient propane for equipment purchases will cause a tremendous adverse impact on my family business. We will not grow, rather will become unsustainable. Attracting and retaining promising, talented people for our business will be severely hampered. Who would want to join a business whose outlook for growth and advancement will be stymied because it will be phased out of existence? I do not believe that the electrical grid is ready for the demand which will be placed on its ability to deliver. The sole source electric energy policy and electrical power interruption due to cyber attack would be disastrous to Marylanders. I thank you for that opportunity to voice my concerns.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we have Ellen Valentino.
Thank you and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Ellen Valentino here today on behalf of the Mid-Atlantic Petroleum Distributors and Mid-Atlantic Propane Dealers. You've already heard from my members and some small business community leaders, and I'm confident that you'll hear more later on this afternoon. You've heard about the cost concerns. You've heard about the grid concerns. You've heard about the unfairness of state funding and actually utility funding, fuel switching, and actually the dangers of that. So with that said, I would be more than welcome to answer any questions. You know, the sponsor of the bill talked about low-hanging fruit. I am going to circulate to the committee some other opportunities regarding a direction to go. One is a surprise to me, and that is the emissions that is given off by dead trees that are located along the banks and in the forests that I really think could be the next new direction and the better direction rather than moving forward with this legislation. So thank you, and I'm prepared to answer any questions.
Thank you. I know we have a few questions. Delegate Charkoudian, I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was actually for Andrew Place. I hope he's still listening. There he is. Hi there. Thank you. And I know this could be a long answer. I'm going to ask that it be a brief answer, but you said that you were a public service commissioner in Pennsylvania. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
And you said that you were you currently do analyses of grid issues. Did I catch?
Yep, that's also correct. Yep.
So I just we're doing a lot of conversations about grid and what we need to do to repair the grid. And so I know there's a lot of complex solutions within this, but it sounded like you were saying that you think it's possible to get to the net zero in 2045 with and ensure that is reliable, that time frame is realistic. Not to say that we don't have to do anything to get there, but that is a realistic time frame, and it's possible to have a reliable grid if we make that transition. Is that right?
Yeah, that's very clear. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see another hand, Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had a question, Mr. Chairman, for Dr. Gorman. I think he may still be on, but I'm not certain if Dr. Gorman is on.
Hello. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Gorman. Dr. Gorman, you're a psychologist.
Correct.
Okay. And I was listening to your testimony about, seemed like your testimony was geared towards children, and you said there were high levels of anxiety in children.
That's correct.
And your reason for the high level anxiety was because of climate change?
It's because of fear and anxiety about what they are hearing in the news, and in particular seeing that it seems to them that not enough is being done about it.
Got it. And oftentimes we hear in this committee, not always, but oftentimes we hear folks that are talking about this climate change subject about we have X amount of years to live. Do you know how many that is with respect to climate change?
You're asking if I know how many years we have to live?
Yeah, because of climate change, we're often will hear that, people testify that you have 10 years left.
I've heard a wide range of numbers. That's not my area of expertise.
Okay. Is it possible, doctor, since you're a doctor of psychology, that when you tell children in classrooms, K to 12 in public school, things like you have 10 years left to live, which is often said in the classroom by educators without any evidence whatsoever, that could cause anxiety?
I suppose that your scenario would induce anxiety.
I'm pretty sure it would, doctor. I mean, it's kind of obvious. The other question I have for you is this bill calls for a climate change justice corps for young people. What exactly is that supposed to do? Especially given the fact that, and you testified for that. So it's a new corps funded by us, the state, the taxpayers, I should say, and its purpose is to do what?
I guess the way that I would answer that is, in response to your question, what is the function of having youth or children as part of the Climate Corps? I think there's great value in giving voice to the people that are going to be most affected by any detrimental effects.
Yeah, but that's not really what the bill does. It says we're going to create a climate change justice corps, the word justice in there, for young people. And it's just for this subject. And I guess kind of where I'm going with this, doctor, is, we hear oftentimes you folks, as well as you folks, meaning folks who are advocating bills like this, and folks in the classroom in K to 12 and other advocates use these kind of semi-apocalyptic terms like you have 10 years left, and then putting children in these climate change justice organizations, which I think creates more anxiety. And you start out talking about that, it just seems like that a lot of this is causing anxiety. Go ahead and comment.
Thank you. So the research actually shows that, first of all, for people who are experiencing anxiety, one of the most effective ways to cope with or work with that is for opportunities to be actively involved as part of the solution. That's my understanding of what this core does for youth. I can't comment on children being told that they only have 10 years left to live. I have not personally seen language that's that explicit.
Well, we hear it here all the time, and not to belabor the point, but we do hear it all the time. And my concern is, which is why I brought up the Climate Change Justice Corps and your advocacy for it, is
literally that's exactly what's going to happen with this core, without question. It's going to be a core about that's very ideologically driven, and it clearly its job is to indoctrinate young people, literally, and that's what I think. And I think that creates not critical thinkers. I think that creates anxiety, which is something that you're supposed to be a doctor to stop. And I really do believe that, by the way. Go ahead and comment.
I don't believe that any provisions of this bill are what are indoctrinating young children, and I don't believe it's this bill, anything about it, that is causing anxiety. I believe that what is causing anxiety in young children is not even some prospect of what could happen, but simply looking around and seeing on the news fires burning and sea level rising and floods around us that are demonstrated by science to be exacerbated by this climate crisis. So it's not so much a figment of what may happen. This is happening around us. I'm not here.
I got it. Thank you, doctor. I can see why children are getting anxiety just based on that comment. Thank you.
Is that all, Delegate Fisher? Okay. All right. Dr. Gorman, quickly, many of us on the committee have tried to diagnose Delegate Fisher for years. Do you have any comments to that? You don't have to answer. No, please don't respond. I'm only joking. Delegate Aarons.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just have kind of a question. It seems like what we're trying to do in Maryland might end up being a little bit different. I live in a small county of about 50-some thousand people. We really have about, I think it's like 83% of our property can never be developed, our lands. And I'm wondering if we're going to sit here and segment Maryland out of this and say Maryland is going to be this model, if you will, at the expense of the ratepayers, which I believe to be true, because there isn't anyone on the PJM currently that can provide anywhere near the electricity. I think the grid can maybe at today's standards get up to 15%. It could handle today. The dollars and cents of this, are we going to then start looking at highly populated areas, because we talked about the disadvantage and whatever? Are we going to look at them and try to do some, I don't know, depopulation of some sort? Would that be in line with something like this bill? Anybody can answer that. Okay.
Can you repeat the?
Well, I just look at someplace like my county. I live in Queen Anne's County. I don't think we're doing a whole lot of damage to the environment. We have farmland, which, by the way, feeds a lot of us, and I appreciate that. But when you start looking at what Maryland is trying to do as a state to become this energy independent, zero emission group, how is that going to reflect when we have Pennsylvania, New Jersey, West Virginia, Virginia, all these other areas that are polluting way more than we are at this point? They don't produce enough electricity to generate to give us what we're arguably saying we need, and we want to be the model. How are we going to address that financially in Maryland? The bill states that it's going to save money, where if you look at the poorer areas in our state, which we talked about, we look at Dorchester County, we look at Baltimore City, they're all natural gas. We're going to have to build infrastructure in those areas. And I don't see this thing actually reducing cost of electricity. It will actually increase the cost and increase the burden on that, unless we're going to just charge other people more, because we're going to create more of a gap between the people that can afford and can't afford. Isn't that so?
If I may jump in, please stop me if I shouldn't, but to answer the question, as I noted in my testimony, and it's in my written as well, is that the cost of power should not increase over the life of this bill. The cost of technology continues to come down across the board, whether you're talking offshore wind, onshore wind, solar, grid scale solar, carbon capture with natural gas, nuclear, et cetera. All of those costs are going to come down over the lifetime of this bill and not have an impact on residential or industrial powered prices.
Okay, you mentioned nuclear, and we're trying to get rid of nuclear. That's part of this whole scheme to get in here, get zero carbon, right? And nuclear is a very big part of it, correct? But Mr. Place.
I don't believe the argument in this bill is to get rid of nuclear. And
Well,
nuclear is
We're
clearly
getting to zero emissions. We're getting nuclear as part of, the attempt of our group is to get rid of nuclear in the future. That's what we're trying to do. We don't want nuclear. We've stated that before. That will be the next step. But my question still comes back is Maryland's going to sit here and live off the likes of the rest of the PGM to provide renewable energy into our state, and those people are still polluting. How is that a real benefit in the long run? Why aren't we really looking at this problem and saying that until a state like or the PGM can generate in excess of 100%, that Maryland has to buy that? How is that lowering costs? I don't see how we're lowering the cost of this.
Yeah, adjacent states, including New Jersey and certainly Pennsylvania, my own state, will be generating zero carbon power that will come into Maryland, including nuclear electrons, as well as natural gas with carbon capture, zero carbon emitting carbon capture natural gas. And those will be generated over the next 25 years of this bill. I see no issue or contradiction there.
So Pennsylvania will be generating in excess of 100% of their renewable needs in the next 25 years.
They will meet clearly they will meet their obligations if they have a renewable portfolio standard in place. I have no doubt that would occur.
Over 100%, you're saying? That's what you're saying.
If you're considering nuclear and carbon capture gas, yes.
I wouldn't consider nuclear personally, but I think if there's, I find that very difficult over the next 25 years when every BG&E and most every one of our providers are telling us right now, there's no way they can meet these goals. The goals are too pushy, too far. They have to go through land acquisition, and where are they going to get those lands to do that? And I think a lot of that stuff's been hashed out, and I just think the goals are unrealistic. I would like to see somebody sit back and take a realistic approach to this to say that if we have to continue the purchase to make ourselves look good in the state, purchase things from out of our state, which we do not know whether it's clean, renewable, gas, electric, whatever you want to call it. How is that going to help the rest of the country when Maryland sits there and says, by the means of Pennsylvania and the rest of the world, we are now a clean energy state? I think that's disingenuous, and I think it's killing the ratepayers. Thank you.
Isn't that so? Thank you very much, Steve. I want to remind my colleagues we have roughly 50 more witnesses. Next question is from Delegate Valderrama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I'm going to pose it to Mr. Place, and if you had already stated it, I apologize. But I've been getting, not a ton, but I've been getting correspondence from constituents in my legislative district, both by snail mail and email. But their concern, and one of them I'm looking at their letter, is about the loss of jobs because of the net zero transition. So if you could, in brevity, do you have any information you might be able to provide, regarding the potential job impacts?
Yes, that was part of the analysis we did for Maryland. And in our analysis is in 2040, you'll see 23,000 additional jobs, as well as in 2045, 50,000 additional FTEs. There's a net gain in doing what they're doing here. And if there's no increase in the cost of power, you don't have losses on the backside of this.
Would you be able to provide that to me? Just great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is really for anybody on the panel. I'm looking at the fiscal note of the bill, page 3, and it's under monitoring methane emissions from landfills, and it talks about the municipal solid waste landfills and the 25% fluctuation in methane levels based on samples taken by aircraft. And I was wondering if you could sort of walk me through that very quickly and talk to me about the technology and the expense of that technology. Because we have about, I looked at the list very quickly, I think it's 20 or 21 municipal landfills throughout the state in each jurisdiction. And it sounds like to me that based on the rules promulgated by MDE, these municipalities, these counties essentially would need to pay for equipment to meet those new standards. So that would be an incurred cost at the local level. So if you could just, so I just want to get a couple of, I just want to hear some feedback on that.
And I would also, if you don't know the answer, I don't need you to lean in and guess. If you don't know with specificity what the good delegate is asking, there may be others following later. So we're not asking people to jump in and take up the time and guess. If nobody knows, we can, I can, have him shelve that question. We can try again later. Is there anybody who can answer the good delegate's question with specificity? Sorry, Delegate Seth. Seth, I just didn't want, I don't want to waste time, haggling. I understand that you have a very specific and good question. Hopefully there'll be somebody who's listening that will be able to address that when they have a chance to speak.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Delegate Mouts.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a quick question for Mark Callahan. Mark, are you still on this call?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I am.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time to testify. Could you elaborate a little bit? I know there's a proposed transition in this bill to train green jobs, but we know in reality that the impact of this would create a big gap in employment. In other words, can you explain to everyone how this would affect your business? And the idea that there's going to be a green workforce that's going to sprout up overnight as businesses such as yours have to make really difficult decisions once this is implemented.
Sure. I guess the best way to state it is, being in the fossil fuel industry, if something like this passed, obviously we're going out of business. I've got employees who have been here over 40 years. I find it very hard to believe that someone's been working here since they were out of high school, 40 plus years, that we're going to turn around and retrain them and put them in a brand new industry, and that's all going to work out well. We're looking at a spot where we've got people who are going to be put out of an industry that they've grown up and been in their whole life.
Thank you, Mark. I see this as basically there's going to be an entire industry wiped out and would have to be replaced by a new industry. Do you agree with me?
Absolutely. And more than one industry, several different industries.
Thank you.
Delegate Polaria.
Okay, for Mr. Place, if you're still there, a couple questions. Number one, you say that we'll be able to do this by 45. Well, from everything, and I've sat on this committee for 20 years, I've never heard that solar panels last more than 20 years. So by that date, everything that's been put in up to now will be obsolete. What is your answer to the obsolescence of these solar panels?
And I don't want to jump in there, but I think I've said it before that Delegate Polaria, I do agree. We will be making sure that any bill that leaves this Economic Matters Committee does have a plan laid out to recycle our solar panels.
Well, this isn't about recycling. This is about cost. We're talking that we'll be able to afford to do all this stuff and it'll all work out. It's not going to cost a ratepayer, but Brandon Shores 20 years from now is still an operational plant. These solar panels are no longer an operational plant after 20 years. Maybe we can extend it 2 or 3 years, but from everything we've heard as a committee over all these years, they have a 20-year lifespan, that meaning they have to be replaced, and the cost for replacing them is going to be there. And none of that's factored into this. And also, if Brandon Shores takes up 20 acres, that's it. To replace Brandon Shores with solar power, it takes thousands of acres. And I got the numbers from BG&E. That would mean clear cutting everything between I-95 and Route 40 in Harford County, from the Gunpowder River to the Susquehanna River. I guess, Mr. Place, do you think the public is ready? Don't you think it'll destroy children's awareness of the environment when they see thousands of acres cut down, removed, those trees? I don't know what we're going to do with them because we can't burn them anymore. And we definitely don't have that much need for them. What's going to happen when the solution to this problem is really seen for its reality? Thousands of acres, 30 some miles of trees, 5 miles wide, to replace one 20-acre power plant. What is the public going to think of that? And because you do this for a living, I'm 100% right. So you can't say, well, you're out of line. No, because these are the answers that came from our Public Service Commission and came from our utilities companies. Now, what is your answer to that?
Yeah, no, happy to respond. And I live on a farm just north of the border in Garrett County. So I know these issues deep in my heart. So to answer the question, yeah, in the heart of my testimony today was about all the above, that you need all of the pieces in here. And yes, if you go to a full renewables portfolio, which no one is talking about, this bill is not about 100% renewables. Yeah, you can see substantial impacts on land use. And we've modeled, I mean, I could share the modeling we have, and I'm glad to do this. This is something we've deeply been engaged in Maryland, in Pennsylvania, in Colorado, in California. So if you're thinking about all of the above, you've got offshore wind, you've got onshore grid scale solar, you've got onshore natural gas with carbon capture, so turbines, you've got onshore nuclear. All of that is bringing the electrons and the molecules you need for the energy needs in 2045. And yes, the solar panels will be recycled or need to be rolled over in 20 years, but there's so much more to the system than just solar panels. It's the
you talked about nuclear.
Yeah.
There are no new plans for building nuclear power plants in this country. It's everything they're doing is to stop them. And every single one of our nuclear power plants are past their expected life, every single one of them. So you keep saying we're going to use nuclear. It's not. So let's talk about the reality. If there's new nuclear plants, I want to know about them and where they're being built. I know they are being built. They're being built in China and Russia and France, but they're not being built here.
And what's going to be built here is advanced nuclear, small modular reactors, and many states, Wyoming, Alaska, West Virginia, et cetera, all are moving towards the idea that we'll have small modular reactors in the 2040 time horizon, 2045 time horizon. That's what we're looking at, not in 2022 or 2023. And I think that's a foreseeable and likely future, not these large plants that you're envisioning that are existing today on the grid.
Look, that would be wonderful, except we could build them right now today, and we're not doing it. So to say that we're going to build them in the future when we're not doing it now, I disagree. And I don't want to keep belaboring because I see my chairman wants to go home before Monday morning.
Yeah, if I just take 10 seconds, that's the point of bills like this, is this incentivizes those sort of technology adaptation. So my apologies, Chairman, and so on.
On Delegate Blair again, and I know you think that I just let you rant, but we do listen. And obviously I was writing that down as we were talking. And these are things that we might be able to include as far as the small modular reactors, things of that nature. And nobody likes to hear the N word, but nuclear is a real thing. So we'll see what we can do. But I want to say again, we're listening, buddy. I got you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go back to the favorables. Antoine Thompson. Is there an Antoine Thompson? Moving on. Frankie Bryant. Frankie Bryant. Moving on. David Lapp.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, members of the committee. David Lapp, Maryland People's Council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak here today in support of HB 708. As our written comments explain, electrification is the least cost path for residential customers. I want to quickly address the economics in play to explain the need for the utility transition planning required in the bill. Imagine a credit card that has no spending limit. The gas utilities have a credit card and are spending as much as they can as fast as they can. Maryland's three largest gas utilities are 25% of the way into plans to replace their entire gas pipeline systems at an estimated cost of $6.4 billion to be put on the credit card. Around 2040, they will complete their work and will have largely brand new systems. They will have charged about $7 billion to the card, but only about 20% of the balance will be paid. Replacement projects are just a fraction of what's being put on their cards. We ran some numbers just this morning. BGE is spending $1,244,905 every day. That's $220,000 per hour on new capital infrastructure. Utility customers hold the credit card debt. The balance is scheduled to be paid over many decades. That's shown on the graph on page 3 of my written testimony. For replacement program costs alone, Those costs will extend to be paid for through 2099. Customers pay not just the balance, but also the profit, the return on the gas utilities investment. All this spending will increase rates and be paid for over decades by us, our children and grandchildren. There's no planning to see whether the credit card is being used for purchases that will benefit consumers in the future or whether rates will be sustainable. Customers are and will be leaving the system to electrify, leaving fewer customers to foot the bill. The good news is that most of the spending has not yet occurred. BGE's replacement costs programs still to be spent are $3.8 billion. It's time to evaluate the cost of the spending, whether the investments being made are those that customers need, especially given that studies show electrification is the least cost option for customers. The PSC has no gas planning process in place. General Assembly action is needed to move planning forward. Finally, I wanted to address an argument in opposition to electrification about the ability of the system to handle greater use of electricity. The evidence is otherwise, including a study for PEPCO by the Brattle Group for the DC service territory. Electrification will take time and with planning should be managed in the normal course of business. We've offered a few suggestions to strengthen the planning amendments or planning requirements in the bill, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you very much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. So I would say this just for everybody also listening. When you guys keep using the word should, you really raise a lot of questions. You're doing yourself no favors when we're talking about creating strong, expensive, and long-lasting policies. And the word should work, should be, should plan are interjected in. So I don't think you're doing yourselves any favors if you keep using the word should, because should also sounds like if. Next question, next person, Amar Sa. Is there an Amar Sa?
Shah, yes, that's.
I was going to butcher that. Sorry, thank you.
No problem. Good afternoon, Chair Wilson and members of the committee. My name is Amar Shah, and I'm a manager at RMI, a nonpartisan nonprofit think tank focused on a just, prosperous, and zero carbon energy transition. I'm testifying today in support of HB 708, the Comprehensive Climate Solutions Act, with a focus on the provision for long-term gas and electric utility transition planning. I'll start with a different analogy. If you've ever been driving across town and you realize you put the wrong address in the navigation, what do first? You slow down and you figure out where you're going. The destination has changed. The state's recent Building Energy Transition Plan highlights a likely significant change in the next decades in the next 2 decades in how we bring heat to our buildings. A shift towards efficient electric heating and a 60 to 95% reduction in gas use in buildings by 2045. To continue the analogy, utility investments are accelerating in the wrong direction with ratepayers and low-income households in the backseat. Gas system costs are not constant, they're accelerating nationally due to aging infrastructure. Utilities are slated to spend over $1 billion on gas distribution system expansion or replacement in Maryland this decade. Mr. Lapp put his finger on more specific numbers that are quite a bit larger. These are 50+ year investments that could very well become stranded assets less than halfway through their useful life. It's time to pull over and check the map. The Public Service Commission and utilities need to assess new investments in a world where far fewer customers may need gas 20 years from now. This is not a radical idea. 9 states across the country, including Colorado, New York, and Minnesota, have initiated regulatory proceedings on the future of gas. Starting early will allow creative pilots to avoid costly gas infrastructure, such as using strategic electrification to help retire a portion of aging gas pipeline and proactive actions on just transition for workers and low-income households. These provisions are thoughtful and responsible measures for Maryland constituents and demonstrate the state's place as a forward thinker in prosperous and equitable transition more broadly. Thank you for your time today.
Mr. Shah, my brief question. So in your testimony, you're fine with us abandoning stride in the improving our natural gas pipeline structure. You're fine with abandoning that?
No. What I would say is that these priorities around methane leaks and around ensuring safety in the infrastructure should be approached in a way that takes into account the likely useful life of the equipment. So we would advocate for incorporating safety and leak repairs, but also thinking very carefully about brand new pipe replacement and looking at non-pipe alternatives like retiring portions of gas infrastructure or using efficiency, demand response, and electrification. So
I appreciated your input about, not necessarily a statewide, all at once, but identifying certain areas to do it. I think those are the things that we need to start thinking about when we're hearing the bill, as far as this might not apply to everybody all at once, and that maybe these are things that we could do in steps. Because sometimes when you say it's like getting lost in a car and having to stop, no, it's almost like being lost on a train and having to wait to get off because we've already laid a lot of track, and you can't just pull over on a train. But I do appreciate your testimony, sir. Next, we're going to go to Ruth Ann Norton. I know she was here and has been here patiently waiting for quite a while. Mrs. Ruth Ann Norton. Oh boy. All right, next we'll go back to some unfavorables then. Donald Birch.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, my name is Donnie Birch with Birch Oil and Birch Propane in Southern Maryland. My great-grandfather started our business in 1928. We are a 5-generation company. I have a great concern with this bill being one-sided. You are asking the utilities to develop and implement programs to encourage the consumer to switch all appliances and heating systems to electric with financial assistance. But if someone wants to upgrade a system to a higher efficiency that will use renewable fuels, there will be no financial assistance provided. This is extremely one-sided. How would the funds be provided? Will the customers pay for it with higher electric bills, or will taxpayers like myself and other Marylanders pay for these programs? This is the 4th climate solution bill that our company has testified against this session. All of these bills are written to put small businesses like ours out of business. This may not be your intentions, but believe me, they will. This bill will not allow us to grow our business anymore. We will not be able to hire any new talent, provide decent benefit, wage increases, or upgrade our equipment. The value of our company will drop significantly. There will be no bank in their right mind that will want to lend us any money. Who wants to work for a company that will only be in business for a few more years? I'm sure none of you would want to come to work for me. All we're asking is to be part of the solution. There are other ways to reduce greenhouse emissions, and this is with biofuels. This bill is taking away the freedom of choice from all Marylanders. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I just want to, did you say renewable fuels?
Yeah, biodiesel with propane, renewable propane. Biodiesel is you can get it up to emission free. It can be clean, whether, a B100, that's zero emissions. A B50 is 50% emissions.
I understand.
And none of this has been brought up in any of the bills or even this bill, and it's out there available today.
Is that something your company produces, sir?
No, sir, we don't produce it, but we buy it.
I understand. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, sir, thank you.
We now have Tom Dennison.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, Tom Dennison with Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. I'm here before you today in opposition to House Bill 708, and I wanted to just highlight the section of the bill starting on page 25 that deals with Empower Maryland. This committee is very well aware of what Empower Maryland is, what it does, the programs it provides, but from a consistency standpoint, SMECO, I have appeared before this committee time and time again to talk about anything legislation that could impact costs, ratepayer costs. And I feel like it's appropriate to talk about the Empower Maryland costs that are listed here by upping the percentages as prescribed in this bill. Currently, as the committee is aware, it's a 2% reduction for the electricity sales through Empower Maryland, but this would ramp it up to 2.25% in 2025 and 2026, and then so on. To put that into perspective, Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative, which is about 170,000 members in Southern Maryland, we spend about $20 million, between $20 and $23 million a year just on Empower Maryland programs. Those funds are recovered through a non-bypassable surcharge on everyone's bill. So to the extent that those percentages are increased, so will the costs. And I just wanted to point out the committee, I'm sure, is aware that the Public Service Commission has underway a very comprehensive work group working on how to continue Empower Maryland and how to ramp up the percentages and what programs can be put in place that can be done in a cost-effective manner. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Next, we have Charles Washington.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Charles Washington here on behalf of BGE in respectful opposition to House Bill 708, along with other bills in the package of building decarbonization legislation in the House. BGE supports electrification and we support decarbonization. And recently, BGE announced our path to clean, a commitment to cut operational emissions by 50% by 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050. We're committed to helping our customers reduce their carbon emissions as well. However, the utility transition plans proposed in House Bill 708 lock in on one pathway for achieving decarbonization, leaving multiple other pathways out of consideration. If utilities are asked to propose a plan to achieve the state's decarbonization goals, all options should be on the table. BGE's Vice President of Regulatory Policy, Mark Case, will discuss that more. Mr. Case is not a lobbyist, but he is here at my request. You should know that this legislative package would enact the most sweeping alteration of Maryland's energy policy in at least a generation. And normally the types of policies in this package would be fully considered by the Economic Matters Committee. But in this case, many of those policies were assigned to another committee. Still, you should know that no state in the country has adopted a building code shift from natural gas on such an aggressive timeline. And the smaller jurisdictions that have considered similar policies better account for the challenges, feasibility, range of options, and economic issues inherent in such a radical shift. We know this package will require major investments in our electric grid. We know we need time to ensure the grid is ready to support the new electric load created by this package of legislation. And our Chief Operating Officer, Derek Dickens, will speak more about that. Mr. Dickens, too, is not a lobbyist and is here at my request. Decarbonizing Maryland is an important priority. It will impact every single business and every single household in the state. We should take the time to get this right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mark Case.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and delegates. My name is Mark Case. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments today. As my colleague notes, BG supports Maryland's effort to decarbonize all sectors of our economy. We also support beneficial electrification, but rolled out under a measured and a balanced approach of voluntary incentives versus moving immediately to outright bans or locking in on one particular pathway to greenhouse gas reductions. With respect, we believe that House Bill 708 is flawed in its approach. There are many pathways for Maryland to achieve decarbonization. The work of the Maryland Climate Commission demonstrates that a pathway of all electric heating is the most expensive and disruptive option, and that a hybrid approach is lower cost. This bill effectively eliminates solutions like renewable natural gas, hydrogen blending, carbon capture, hybrid gas and electric heating solutions, and others by abandoning the critical delivery infrastructure that can deliver those technologies. Cost to our customers will be severe. Modeling of the BGE territory shows residential gas customers can expect to pay $10,000 more per household for heating costs and retrofits. Low and moderate income households, many of whom heat with natural gas, will be especially hard hit. In aggregate, the cost to BG's residential and commercial customers is estimated at $2.8 billion. That figure doesn't include the new electric capacity needed to pick up all of the gas load. The Climate Commission's report acknowledges those costs will be significant in the billions of dollars annually. In conclusion, our approach to confronting climate change needs to be done in an optimal and affordable fashion. It must balance costs and disruption to customers, resiliency and security, not putting all of our eggs in one basket, and lastly, operating in a flexible manner, allowing for new technologies and solutions to help us achieve our goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Derek Dickens.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson and members of the House Economic Matters Committee. My name is Derek Dickens, and I serve as the Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer for BGE. As an energy delivery company, BGE is committed to providing its service to our customers safely, reliably, and affordably. We are supportive of environmental efforts focused on the path to clean and committed to decarbonization. However, significant policy changes require time for planning and implementation, as well as consideration of emerging technologies. Focus to decarbonize buildings will require additional electric distribution infrastructure investment. While BGE is confident in its ability to manage the new load and expand its system, it is necessary and prudent to allow appropriate time to study the impact of the proposed changes in energy usage on the distribution system. While the exact scope of the impact cannot be actually determined without detailed knowledge of where the new electric load will materialize, we need time to analyze the complex capacity needs on the system to ensure continued reliability of service, time to find and acquire land for new infrastructure that will support the increased demand on our grid and is an area favorable to our customers, time for planning, design, and engineering, time to go through the permitting process, and time for building the additional substations and associated feeders necessary. At a very high level, directionally, we have estimated a need for several new substations and numerous new feeders to be added to support this effort. However, in-depth analysis will be required to understand where the infrastructure will be needed. At BGE, we are focused on not only the environmental goals, but ensuring energy security, safety, reliability, and resiliency of our energy system is intact. We would be happy to partner in an advisory capacity with the state to recommend the tools and timeframes needed to both achieve our decarbonization goals and not compromise our safety and reliability. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Jim Steffes.
Good afternoon, Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of the committee. My name is Jim Steffes. I'm Senior Vice President of Government and Regulatory Affairs for Washington Gas. I joined the company in 2021. Look forward to working with each of you and your staffs going forward. With me will be Bob Yardley, who will also be able to talk, and Paul Buckley. Paul is also able to help answer questions. Before I turn to the proposed legislation, I'd like to comment on the explosion at Friendly Garden Apartments in Silver Spring yesterday. The news of this incident and resulting injuries and damage has shaken us all. Our hearts are with those impacted by yesterday's events. Teams from Washington Gas responded immediately in support of local first responders and continue to provide support at the site. We will work with local leaders and other investigation bodies to determine the cause of the incident. Washington Gas remains focused on the safety of our community and our customers above all else. Now turning to the legislation. I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify today in respectful opposition to House Bill 708. Washington Gas supports the overall goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, and our opposition to this bill should not be understood to mean that Washington Gas is not actively working to help our customers decarbonize their energy needs. In fact, we're taking several specific actions that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We also recognize that we have a duty to support our customers and communities and to help the state develop and implement policies that help provide affordable, reliable, and safe energy while also achieving Maryland's climate goals. Natural gas is an extremely affordable and reliable heating option. And in fact, much of the success of the United States over the past years has been due to natural gas displacing coal and oil in the power supply stack. Our primary concern with this legislation is the structural focus on economy-wide electrification without any understanding of what it will mean for affordability, reliability, resiliency, and most importantly, customer choice. We've seen numerous studies that would highlight this is not the right path forward. What we support is what we call a fuel neutral approach to decarbonization. This and other approaches, renewable natural gas, certified natural gas, energy efficiency, will help Maryland achieve its goals over time without restricting choice and without delaying options. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. And I'd just like to echo the sentiment for the people of the Friendly Garden Apartments. It was a horrible tragedy yesterday, and our hearts go out to them. Next up, we have Bob Yardley. Bob Yardley.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry. Just hitting my buttons here. Yeah, I just wanted to, and I've been working with Washington Gas and other companies on gas decarbonization for the last couple of years, really studying the pathways. And, I've heard reference on today to sort of single point estimates that costs are going to be cheaper and so forth. And I don't see how it's not conceivable that we would add a new objective to our other objectives of affordability, reliability, and safety of clean, and that the results are going to be less expensive. And my concerns are primarily with the build out of the electric system. And looking at the pathway studies, they don't seem to, the E3 study done in Maryland didn't really reflect the costs of building out both the T and D systems. And E3 has published a new study in Massachusetts 2 weeks ago that really points to a much stronger degree. It's a much more comprehensive study, and it points to several pathways that will be less expensive than the all-electric pathway. That doesn't mean we might not get to the all-electric pathway, many years in the future, but at this point, it's not really a realistic pathway. And the most important thing is to focus on affordability and keeping your options open. So I really, I'm a former chairman of the Massachusetts Commission, would endorse, giving the not preventing any options, not precluding any options at this point, because the pathway, studies don't really support that, but giving the commission the responsibility to stay focused on affordability, reliability, as they always have, and as circumstances change over time, adjust the plans accordingly and achieve the lowest cost result and report, frequently to the legislature to let you all know where things stand. And my final point is just with respect to resiliency, a word that's been mentioned several times. What that means is if some shock to the system, a storm, a cyber attack happens, that whatever that whole system we end up with, wherever we end up, that it's able to withstand those shocks, because customers will not put up with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm here to provide answers.
Mr. Buckley, can I get you to turn your camera on?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm here primarily to provide answers, but I would like to provide one rebuttal point, if I could, sir, to Mr. Lapp's comment about the impact on gas customers and the lack of resource planning. The one factor that is often overlooked regarding the ban of natural gas does have a specific plan that's the PSC oversees. Any new natural gas customer has to effectively pay their way. That's different than on the electric side, which has universal service. So any new gas customer that's been added in past decades has provided rate mitigation elements. For Washington Gas in particular, in the last year, in 2021, the new customers we signed it up provided 36 million of rate mitigation credits, which will last over a 30-year period. Halting the sign up of new natural gas customers will increase rates for existing customers in an increasing method each and every year. That's entirely different than all of the other costs that other parties have been pointing out. And I don't believe that any of Mr. Lapp's comments and other advocates for the bill have seen that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Members, we'll have one more witness and then I'll get to the questions. Amanda Best. All right, I do not see Ms. Best, so we will go to Delegate Pippy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess this question could either be for Mr. Washington or Mr. Dickens. It's somewhat alluded to. How does this bill compare to what other states are doing? I mean, is this bill, the most aggressive environmental legislation that we've seen? I mean, would we be first? And then the second part is related to the electric grid. And I'll just make the question somewhat black and white. is Maryland prepared to implement legislation like this? Or would this have a severe and significant impact, on our current infrastructure as it pertains to electricity in this state? So either one of you guys, Mr. Washington, Mr. Dickens from BG&E, if you guys could answer that.
Sure, Mr. Vice Chair, if you'll allow, I'll take the first question and ask my colleague, Mr. Dickens, to take the second. We have been reviewing the other proposals around the country. And it's important that, especially when it comes to the all-electric building code in this package of legislation, Maryland would be the first state to do that. There are counties and there are cities that have looked at that policy, but no state has enacted one. And what we see is that Maryland's proposal goes far beyond even those smaller jurisdictions bills that have passed. So for example, the all-electric building code would go into effect just 2 months after the effective date of the bill. So that's January 1st of next year. That would leave BGE very little time to prepare our infrastructure. And I imagine that would be a challenge for builders who are already in the process as well. What we've seen in other states is that they've required their commissions to first study the impacts on the grid, study the required investments before these policies move forward. Other jurisdictions like New York City, for example, have phased in the building code over 6 or 7 years, providing time for planning and certainty for market participants. Another example of how this bill goes beyond what we've seen is the interim economy-wide goal of a 60% reduction by 2032. That is an incredibly aggressive target over the next 10 years. It's well beyond what the Maryland Climate Commission recommended. And by comparison, California's goal is 40% by 2030. All of that said, we are not opposed to the end goal of decarbonization here. It's just the aggressive pace and the prescriptive nature of these bills are problematic.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Vice Chair, I'll jump in and answer the second part of your question. So when you ask, are we ready in Maryland? I think BG provides reliable and safe service to our customers continuously. And by adding this new change, we need time to understand what that impact is to continue to do that and deliver that reliable and safe service. And so we need to be able to evaluate where that new load is going to be and then make appropriate decisions on how we use the new technologies that may be available, as well as our current technologies, to either expand feeders, add new substations. So we need time to be able to make that assessment. And then we also need time to build it. When you look at it overall, it takes time to be able to do all those things and get them right and make sure we provide that safe, reliable service to our customers.
But for clarification, it's not here now.
No, considering where we are today, we need time to evaluate what that impact is going to be to make those changes needed.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair.
Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr.
From
Vice.
you. Go ahead.
Okay, I have several questions. I'm going to try to be efficient. First, I'm going to say thank you to Jim for your comments about Friendly Gardens Apartments. It is devastating to see it happen again so close to my district this time. Of course, in 2016, the gas explosion, we don't know what the Friendly Gardens explosion is related to. In 2016, it was a gas explosion that killed many and displaced many in my district. I will say, while we're still waiting to see what the Friendly Gardens Apartments explosion was related to, there are many gas explosions that lead to death and displacement and danger. And I think it's really important to remember that in addition to the climate impact, we are talking about, and I think someday folks will look back and wonder why we were injecting explosive elements into our homes. But I'm going to put that aside for now, and I want to talk about the specifics of this policy. Mr. Washington, you said that, I think you said it, or others from BG&E talked about, like, this isn't the right policy and you'd welcome the chance to be part of building the policy. And I'm just curious, were you invited to be part of, was BG&E invited to be part of the Maryland Climate Change Commission's conversations on this?
So, Delegate, I apologize that I missed the very end of your question because my connection was unstable. Sure. If you wouldn't mind.
I was asking if it's my understanding that BG&E was invited to be part of the Maryland Climate Change Commission discussions that led to portions of this bill. Is that correct?
So BGE was previously on the Maryland Climate Change Commission, but during this discussion, we were not a member of the commission.
And is that because you weren't invited to be part of it, or that's because you chose not to be part of it?
I think it was just a rotation in membership. We did provide comments about concerns with some of what was being proposed, and our comments were not reflected in the end report.
It's my understanding that your sister utility, PEPCO, did participate and in fact voted in favor of many of the recommendations that are, many of which are part, it's a mix, but the Empower recommendations and the utility planning recommendations, which are in this bill 708 that we're looking at now, are also come directly from the Climate Change Commission's recommendations, which I believe PEPCO voted in favor of, and you had an opportunity to participate in. Is that right?
Now, I think that what I would say is when you look at the totality of the commission report and what's in this package of bills, there are several really meaningful differences. So it's not, I mean, what we saw were several, or at least two, different parties that were a part of the commission report who voted for the report, who've actually come out in opposition to the bills, right, because the bills are not the report.
Yeah, well, they're pretty close. And so that is a concern to me, you know, when we do these collaborative processes that do their best to balance multiple interests and then turn them into legislation and have folks who had a chance to participate opposing it. But I'm going to put that aside. I want to ask one other question. I'm wondering if you, I have looked at the commission's report, and I've looked at the issue of a lot of talk about renewable natural gas. And I have looked into several analyses, including some that were included in the commission's report, that really say that even if we were to capture all the methane with all the anaerobic digestion and whatever else we might do, you know, 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now, we would only be able to replace a tiny percentage of what we're currently using for natural gas. And so what it tells us is that we need to take that percentage that we could get 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now and really put it towards the hardest to electrify sectors, rather than suggest that somehow we're gonna be able to keep this entire infrastructure in place. And that's gonna be what replaces it. And so I'm just wondering, have you had a chance to see the analyses that really tell us that even if we captured all of that methane, we could only ever replace I think 8, 9, 10% of what we're currently using?
So Delegate, I'm going to ask my colleague, Mark Case, to jump in on this, but I will say that I don't think that we have proposed that 100% of our gas load would come from RNG. I think we're proposing an integrated system approach. But Mr. Case, if you wouldn't mind jumping in, you have the expertise.
My question, I don't want to have the entire conversation about what you're proposing right now. I really want to know if you've had a chance to see those analyses. If you haven't, I can send them to you, and you know, we can talk more about then what should we do. I guess my question is, are you aware of those analyses?
Mr. Case?
Yeah, I have not seen this specific analysis you're referring to in terms of how much renewable natural gas is available. To us, as we look at it, it's a combination of solutions to clean up the gas supply, which could include renewable natural gas, could include hydrogen, could include synthetic natural gas, could include carbon capture and storage, as well as, in many cases, it may be primary heating with an electric heat pump, and then backup heat on the coldest days with natural gas.
Yeah. So, okay. Well, the backup heat on the coldest days with natural gas would certainly be a boon for BG&E, because it would require that we continue to pay for your entire infrastructure for gas that may only be used one day a year. So I'm sure that that is something that you support. I would welcome the chance.
Actually, something that the Climate Commission report found was the lowest cost of all of the scenarios. So it's not the highest revenue to BGE, it's the lowest cost to Maryland.
Yeah, because MEA asked them to start with a set of assumptions that were supportive of natural gas. So I don't want to debate that with a different set of assumptions. They actually came up with a very different outcome. So my main question was about, I feel like it's really important if we're talking about a role for renewable natural gas, that we're all clear about what's realistic in that context. I welcome continued conversation. Mr. Washington, you and I do have these conversations, and I welcome those with you too, Mr. Case and others. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Delegate Brooks.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess this question would be probably for Mr. Washington and then Mr. Dickens. Mr. Washington, you were talking about the aggressive timeline here. So I was sort of assuming that the problem was not with the potential transitioning, but the timeline. So in that respect, what type of timeline would make sense to you?
I think that's the natural next question, that's a question that we are working to answer. Mr. Dickens and his engineers have been working overtime to try to prepare an analysis that helps us understand what this will mean for the grid. Now I'll ask Mr. Dickens to weigh in on what he is learning.
So what we've done some directional analysis to really kind of have an idea of where we may go. But the challenge for us as we do our planning is really understanding where that real load is going to materialize itself. And so when you look at the idea of us, if we have to do feeder modifications or expansions, those designs and timeframes can take anywhere, and execution of that work could take anywhere from 1 to 4 years to be able to do that, depending on what's needed to be able to achieve that. When you talk about if I have to expand a substation that's already in existence, again, I have to do the design and the planning of that, then go get the permitting to be able to site that new transformer that I'm there. Or if I were going to look at some new technology like a storage facility to be able to drive and offset having to necessarily put a new transformer in place, but because of peaking, I only need it for a certain period of time during the day, during a period of time in a year, I could possibly use storage for that. And so being able to do that, I need to site that and determine that. And that again can take anywhere from 2 to 5 years to do that. And if I have to do a new substation, that can range anywhere from 5 to 10 years with the land procurement that we have to get. And again, identifying a suitable place for that design once we have it and making sure that our communities are amenable to that location. And then once we do that, getting the permits and everything to get the approval to site that new substation, then run the new feeders, that can take an extended period of time as well. But we're looking at all those things and we're making some directional assumptions to kind of get an idea of where that will be and come up with a time frame as we continue to work on that.
Okay, so I guess I can assume that it's not that you're not anti-transitioning. It just is a timing element here. What you're most concerned about.
Exactly. I want to be able to have, our team wants to have the time to do the right analysis to make sure we keep our system safe and reliable at the end of the day. And so we want to be able to be very programmatic in how we do that and understanding what those impacts are so we can implement the right technologies and solutions to do that.
Right, because the purpose of the bill is a greenhouse gas reduction, and I think, with the renewable natural gas, it could be used if it's not, if it doesn't emit those GHGs. So yeah. All right. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Brooke. Quickly for everybody watching, I know that there's a ton of people watching. I'm receiving multiple text messages. I understand that we've kind of hopped around. I promise we will go back and call people. Again, the chat is for members only. Miss Ruth Ann Norton, I know that you had some internet issues. We will call you as soon as we get back to calling witnesses. But just, I got you guys. So everybody can take a deep breath. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Of course, when Delegate Charcuti raised her hand, I had to raise mine. I guess to Mr. Dickens and Mr. Case, I just to get back up to 32,000 feet for just a minute. Does this bill, as it's drafted, significantly increase cost for Maryland residents?
Yes, it raises costs in a number of ways. Number one, it will require customers to perform conversions of their heating equipment to an electric scenario. So that's first cost. Secondly, it will add costs for the cost of heating. We see today about a 30 to 40% differential in the heating costs for our natural gas customers versus electric customers. And then the third major component of cost is to build out the electric grid to be able to handle the increased loads that will occur as we work down the greenhouse gas curve. So a significant number of costs. The study by the Maryland Climate Commission showed very significant numbers in the billions of dollars annually, and our own modeling supports that kind of range of numbers.
So my follow-up to that is, at that increased cost, and we're talking about significant increased cost, are we also significantly increasing reliability, or are we in fact decreasing reliability as you as a supplier to our Maryland ratepayers?
Well, that's one of our concerns, is that we don't end up just selecting one energy source for all of Maryland, and you become then more vulnerable based on any disruptions to that supply. And so for that reason, we would support more of an integrated energy solution in Maryland that doesn't just go down the path of electrification, but that does allow, in a comprehensive way, what is the lowest cost and what is the most secure and reliable approach that we can take.
I mean, normally free markets act quite the opposite of what this bill actually tries to do. Mr. Dickens, you were going to say something, but let me just ask the question this way. Your testimony, and I've heard the whole hearing, I've had my camera off. This is a frustrating bill for me to hear, so better have the camera off as I'm listening. But to the point, your testimony started by saying our job is to deliver reliable energy to our citizens in the state of Maryland. And I thought I would just perhaps get your independent comment on the same question I asked, which Mr. Hicks answered.
Thank you for that. And you're absolutely correct. Our role is to provide safe and reliable service to our customers, first and foremost. And so with that, that's why we're saying, give us the time to do the analysis that we need, understand where the load is going to manifest itself to be with the reduction of natural gas. And then let's be able to put the right technologies and the right things in place to do that the right way, so that we don't ever have a reliability shift that we're currently providing today, which we believe we're providing good reliability today, and we want to continue to do that.
I mean, the only way renewable energy even makes sense is when we have baseload reliable energy. This aspirational bill, and I do view it as aspirational, I don't see it as effective or even practical in the context. But let me stop there. I do want to say this one last thing, because it's probably gonna be the last time I'm going to talk on this bill. Delegate Fisher, I followed your line of back and forth, and I think you nailed it. This bill has shaky foundation, which means that the practical aspect of this bill has no bearing in reality. And I'm very frustrated to watch this particular hearing play out. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Great to see you, Delegate Adams. Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My question is technical. Are we all done with the favorable panel, or we have more?
No, we have plenty more.
Okay, then I can wait, because I'm not seeing the person I want to ask the question. He might have left. So I can wait for the next person. Thanks.
Okay. If you want to text me who that individual is, I'll text you where they are.
Okay.
All right. Delegate Branch.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You guys keep using the word safe and reliable. What could possibly happen, worst case scenario, should we do this really too fast? Is there something we should worry about? I keep hearing you guys use the word safe and reliable.
If we do it too fast, basically we would end up overtaxing our system through the capacity that we have it rated for. And if we tax it over those ratings, we then run the risk of having what we call rolling brownouts and things of that nature. And if we can't provide reliable service to our customers, that in turn may create some safety issues with them not having electricity to be able to manage their homes and their daily lives at the end of the day. And so again, we want to make sure we design it so that it's reliable, so that you don't create that unsafe component of not having that service when you need it.
And if those brownouts should happen, or blackouts should happen, what would be next in line if electricity goes down?
I would say from us, we would be looking to find ways to bring that system back up as quickly as possible. But again, the challenge would be, because if that load is too high, we'd have to wait to clear that load. And that's why we call them kind of brownouts, because those brownouts will allow us to remove load to get the system back up and kind of manage that. But it does become very inconvenient and unsafe at some point in time.
Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may, just say, the whole thrust of our opposition to this legislation is to provide the time and tools to avoid the type of situation that Delegate Branch has correctly called out. We are a reliable utility. We plan to be a reliable utility in the future. And we just felt that it was our obligation to share with you our concerns so that we have the time and the tools to make the investments necessary, as Mr. Dickens has identified.
Thank you. Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I had a question for Mr. Place, Andrew Place. I wasn't sure if he was still on. Wanted to ask it earlier, but I wanted to give more people to testify. Mr. Place, my question is, you testified that the cost of power, if this bill were to pass, would not go up. Can you I just need that explained to me.
It's really a multifaceted answer. So you have technology cost curve. So over time, the cost of power technologies continues to decline. And we've seen that in spades over the last several decades. This is what I used to work on the faculty at Carnegie Mellon back in the day. So the more you deploy technologies, innovation, engineering comes to bear, and the cost of those technologies across the board, where you're talking solar, offshore wind, carbon capture and gas, advanced nuclear, all of those costs are coming down over time. So as this bill moves forward in the decades ahead, those cost benefits are going to come to bear and bring down the cost of producing each electron.
So assuming that all that you said is true, which certainly makes sense, that technology improves typically over the years, depending certainly on the technology. I guess you were on the faculty of Carnegie Mellon?
Yeah, I was research faculty back in the day, yes.
Okay, and assuming that is true, that technology does improve over time, certainly makes sense that it does, then why would we need a bill? Why wouldn't we just let technology innovate? Because there is a huge incentive to capture part or a large part or even a small part of the energy market if you have a disruptive technology, because you would make a fortune. Why do we need legislation, sir?
Yeah, because we have a non-capitalized externality. So no one is pricing the cost of these emissions. And the same thing happened in the 1970s when we had necessity to regulate SO2 emissions from coal-fired power plants or NOx emissions from coal-fired power plants or gas-fired power plants. If a power plant was able to just emit without any cost to that, so the power plant wasn't absorbing the acid rain costs of their SO2 emissions, they had no incentive to install technology to reduce those emissions. And there was more importantly, there was no driver in the free market to develop those technologies. And I was looking at those technologies back in the day in the 1970s, and they went from orders of magnitude smaller, from 8,000 per ton to 800 per ton to 80 per ton over a very short period of time because of the Clean Air Act obligations to control SO2. So all the human health and environment impacts of SO2 were reduced, but because you had to in some way put a price on those otherwise unpriced externalities emissions.
So the solar panels that are put on rooftops, sir, their efficiency clearly hasn't improved very much over time. I mean, they're one of the heaviest subsidized products in the country, certainly in this state. And I guess that's my point. If it really worked, then everybody would put meaning solar panels. If they really worked, people would be putting them on their rooftops, and they would be disconnecting from the power grid because they really worked and they really provided the sufficient electricity that you need, but they don't. They simply don't provide sufficient electricity to disconnect from the grid. And so I'm just kind of confused. I mean, we saw this example in Texas where they were too reliant on renewables and the grid went down. And then we also have, the Biden administration policies, and my own utility for no fault of their own is paying 68% more for power. So I'm just confused when academics get involved in this. It just seems like prices go up so high that the average person can't even afford to pay their heating bill, let alone their mortgage, because their heating bill becomes a mortgage.
Yeah, and I wouldn't argue that I'm an academic. I'm a former regulator, and I'm also a farmer. But apart from that, the prices with all due respect, the prices of renewable power have come down dramatically in the last 2 decades. In 2020 and 2021 alone.
Okay, so Mr. Place, you read that testimony already, and I understand that. What I'm saying to you though is that the efficiency of solar panels has not increased to the point that it is a truly reliable power source for baseload energy. And in a real modern economy, you need baseload energy. And renewables do not provide baseload energy. They just don't.
Yeah, but I would note, I've drawn to your attention my testimony. It was fully focused on that you need all of the above, and you need base load, clean, firm power, as I noted, nuclear, as well as things like natural gas with carbon capture to provide that reliability, stability to the grid. That was the whole thrust of my
and I really,
testimony.
and I just want to say, Mr. Place, I appreciate that, because I do believe that we do need natural gas, and we do need nuclear, and we do need oil, because we do need baseload energy. And to the extent that, and I'm hoping that I have your agreement on this, and this is kind of a question as well, to the extent that, we have these innovations, these external innovations that are out here that make better power sources, then by definition, people will adopt them. I'm certain of it. But we need baseload energy in the meantime. Don't you agree?
Yes, I do. Yeah. And what Americans do well is drive innovation, but you need price signals to do that. And that's what this bill does.
Thank you.
Great discussion. Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair. I guess anyone can answer this question. Do we have the grid to accommodate this bill? Electric grid?
Yeah, this is Dave. If I could jump in and just I could point to the study that was done by the Brattle Group, which is an internationally known firm that does consulting work for the utilities. They did a study just recently for PEPCO, for PEPCO's DC service territory. They found with a high electrification scenario that the increase in load growth would be between 1.4 and 1.7%, which is well within the historical load growth. They actually found that eventually the load growth could be reduced even further through managing load. So we do have a study out there that shows that the grid can handle it within historical increases in trends. We also know that PJM, Maryland is a state that its utilities participate in PJM, the regional power pool, and PJM has historically, they have a 15 or 16% reliability margin, and they consistently exceed that over 20%. The Maryland utilities are ranked very high in reliability, and electrification takes time. It's not going to happen overnight. So it's not, there's not a risk that, this bill passes and the next day, all of a sudden load jumps. The DC study for PEPCO shows that it can be managed. And so I think we need to look at what the motivations are here. And as I testified earlier, I think the primary motivation here is to continue the investments in natural gas infrastructure that are high cost and that are not part of a plan. The bill here just says, let's do some planning. Let's have utilities perform plans, share information. We have very little transparency into what utilities are doing. We're rebuilding our entire natural gas infrastructure. In 2040, we'll have a brand new infrastructure, and we don't know whether the customers will be there to pay for it or how many customers. Yet only 20% of that new natural gas infrastructure will have been paid for. 80% of it will still have to be paid. The question is, should we plan and compare and see what the alternatives are and see what's best for customers? It's customers that are going to pay this. And
Mr. Vice Chair, may I also weigh in?
If I could just finish with one small point, and that is I want to read from a quote from the mitigation working group, the E3 report that's been referred to. And this is a quote. It says, quote, residential customers can save costs by electrifying all building end uses compared to using gas, end quote. That's what that report says.
Mr. Vice Chair, that wasn't
Delegate Jackson. Delegate Jackson, did you get the answer? Did you get the answer you needed?
Yes, but I would like to hear what Mr. Washington has to say too. If that's okay, Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have to, with the greatest respect for the People's Council, I have to take issue with the mischaracterization of our motives here. What we are here to do is to share with you concerns we have about our system. And I can't think of many contexts where we would look at a study for another place, infrastructure in another place, and blindly apply it to Maryland. And so we were talking about a traffic study of traffic infrastructure in DC. Will we apply that to Maryland? No. The truth is, the grid in DC that PEPCO operates is different even from the grid that they operate in Maryland. Certainly, it's different from the grid that BGE operates in Maryland. And for the system that we operate for 1.3 million of your constituents, we know that this type of legislation, it actually does create a cliff. When you say January 1, 2023, all the load that was projected to be natural gas must be electricity, that is a lot at once. And we're telling you what Mr. Dickens has told you is that we know we would need multiple substations and many feeders if that were all to happen at once. And so with the greatest respect to Mr. Lapp, he doesn't have the data to back up his assertions, and it really is not appropriate to continue to mischaracterize our motives. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
You good, Delegate Jackson?
Yep, thank you.
Delegate Chi.
Thank you. I see Mr. David Lapp is back from the People's Council. So my question is, do you believe we already have what we need to know to advance what's proposed in this bill? Do you think we need more studies?
This bill requires plans, and that's we need planning. Planning is going to lead to smarter investments. We need planning on the gas side. We need planning on the electric side. And I think that's what I'm here to testify in support for. And it sort of baffles me that there's so much opposition to planning. We don't go out and use our credit cards without thinking about how we're going to pay down those costs over time. We have to be thinking about that. We're talking billions and billions of dollars that are being invested on the gas side. And we need to think about whether those are the smart investments. I do think we have what we need to move forward with this bill. Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, question for Mr. Dennison. So Tom, I know the bill deals with Empower, and that is a line item on everybody's bill. How, just for the public that's watching, how are those monies recovered?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As I tried to explain in my testimony, so the Empower Maryland program is put in place, and those costs that utilities outlay for these programs are recovered on a monthly basis on your bill. So if you look at your SMECO bill, Mr. Vice Chair, you'll see that there's an Empower Maryland charge on there, and the average charge for a member at SMECO that uses about 1,200 kilowatt hours is about $11 or $12 a month. But the Empower Maryland charge is also based on the amount of electricity you use per month. So as you're aware, February was a pretty tough month in terms of the amount of electricity people were using. So if you used upwards of 2,200 kilowatt hours a month, it was about $20.75 for that Empower Maryland surcharge. So what my point was in providing the testimony about the impact of Empower is you can quantify that cost, because to the extent that you layer in additional programs that obviously are going to cost money, that those monies will be recovered from ratepayers. And that was the point of my testimony.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. We're going to continue on. Ruth Ann Norton.
Thank you, Chair, and just a flat up apology for using the chat inappropriately there. I'm Ruth Ann Norton. I'm the President and CEO of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative. We are the nation's largest and foremost health-based housing organization. And we spend a lot of our efforts on this work in investing in low-income communities to improve the standard of housing and evaluating the health and racial equity benefits of that work. We stand here in strong support of HB 708, as we believe that its goals of investment to improve investments and through empower into low-income communities to improve energy efficiency will have demonstrable and tangible impacts on health and racial equity by lowering asthma incidence, improving cardiac health, and long-term health status for low-income individuals. It also provides an opportunity through the Commission and the Justice Corps and the Just Transition Employment and Retraining to provide critical opportunities for community-based employment with full-time jobs and health benefits that are necessary. And a strong look at how we transition to ensure better protection against carbon monoxide poisoning was underscored by a recent study out of Stanford that has measurable cognitive impact on brain and heart health, even when appliances are off. So we are deeply interested in looking at and ensuring a good future in that. I'm going to cut my short, but to say that we will improve health, economic, and racial equity benefits through this bill, and we urge its support. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Powell.
I apologize. I didn't know you were going to change to favorable with amendments so quickly. Michael Powell here from NAIOP and Home Builders. I'm different from all of the other witnesses you've heard so far in that I am with Kim Coble, who I think is also going to be testifying, the co-chair of the mitigation work group that has to develop the plan that will meet whatever percentage you adopt here. And I'm here today suggesting that you do not adopt the 60% number, which is in the proposed bill, but instead the 50% number, which was recommended by the Climate Change Commission. 60% is more aggressive than any other state in the country, considerably more aggressive than anything in California. And we will try to meet that number if you write that. But you can see already in some of the other bills pending, the building bills and other issues, how what we've had to propose in order to try to meet the existing number. And I can tell you that a 60% number is going to be extremely difficult. And we will be coming back to you and trying to meet the number you set, but there will be pain associated with that. A 60% number over that time frame is simply, I believe, beyond what we can do without that kind of disruption, unless there's some new technology. And I agree, ultimately, new technology is what we need, but 2030 is too soon to have that technology. So I would urge you respectfully to amend that and put in the 50% number that the commission recommended. It's also attached to my written testimony, a couple of other amendments to make this easier. For example, the bill as proposed would forbid us from using a technology until it has been fully proven. We don't have time to wait around for something to be fully proven. If you're going to ask us to meet these aggressive numbers, then we're going to have to be in a situation where Maryland tries to be a leader on technology. And that may mean testing things that people believe work, but we'll have to do the test and then see if we can verify. So I see my time is running out, but we'd respectfully request that you make the amendments attached to our written testimony so that our job at the mitigation working group will be doable as opposed to something that I think may exceed what we can achieve.
Thank you, sir. Stephen Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Stephen Dodge. I'm Director of State Regulatory Affairs for Clean Fuels Alliance America. Clean Fuels represents the farmers, the producers, the distributors, the end users of all of our products our members produce, which include the aforementioned biodiesel and bioheat, renewable diesel, sustainable aviation fuel for thermal space heating, as well as maritime and railroad fuels. Mr. Chairman, we support the aggressive carbon reduction goals already established in Maryland law and the legislative proposals to further limit carbon reductions, but we're disappointed that no biodiesel pathways are established in this bill or, quite frankly, in any of the others. and made right here in the United States from an increasingly diverse mix of resources such as recycled cooking oil, soybean oil, and animal fats. Biodiesel and renewable diesel are better, cleaner fuels that are available now for use in existing diesel engines and heating furnaces and boilers without modification. And every credible study, some were referred to earlier this afternoon, including the most recent one from the United Nations, comes to the same conclusion: we must reduce greenhouse gases now. And further, reducing carbon emissions now is more valuable than reducing the same amount of emissions later. It's the same principle we learned in high school, that a dollar invested now is worth more than a dollar invested 20 years from now. And that's because earlier reductions limit the long-term climate impact caused by the accumulation of greenhouse gases. Other states like California, Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island have already established biodiesel pathways to reduce carbon emissions. And my last point, we recognize that equity and affordability are very important aspects of this particular bill. In addition to carbon reductions, the use of biodiesel can reduce particulate emissions by 86%, leading to significant health benefits in the form of reduced asthma attacks, premature deaths, avoided work loss days, and reduced cancer risk. And we know this is of particular value to EJ communities, which bear a disproportionate burden from the adverse effects of petroleum-based heating fuel. And perhaps most importantly, these benefits can occur with no additional consumer costs. So we have submitted written testimony, have included some very minor amendments, and we look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the committee on this really important matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Bobbin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee. Robert Etten, and I'm appearing today on behalf of my client, Mr. Dodge, and his Clean Fuel Alliance. Also for the Maryland builders, I want to echo what Mr. Powell said. Builders totally support this notion. We think it's critically important. As to the biofuels, you do have Mr. Dodge's written testimony, and I would really urge you to read it. Unfortunately, biofuels aren't mentioned in any of the bills, as he said, including this one. And they are a significant and a very important part of this issue. Other states, frankly, much more progressive than Maryland, have recognized that and have adopted bioheat mandates. They've adopted established biodiesel pathways, and all we're asking for really is a seat at the table as we go forward with this, as you go forward with this legislation. Included in Mr. Dodge's testimony, written testimony, are several minor amendments that recognize the importance of biodiesel fuels and the role they're already playing in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. So for those reasons, we would certainly urge the committee to adopt the amendments stated in Mr. Dodge's written testimony. Thank you very much. And we'd be very, very happy to answer any questions the committee might have.
Thank you. Jason Weintraub.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Jason Weintraub here on behalf of the Clean Fuels Alliance in support of House Bill 708 with amendments. Mr. Dodge and Mr. Etten have pretty much covered my testimony. I just want to, remind the committee that several states in the Northeast and out West have adopted biofuel pathways: California, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts. We're just looking for something similar here in Maryland, and a request a favorable report with amendments on House Bill 708.
Thank you. Josh Tolkien.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, member of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien with the Maryland Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters, we urge a favorable report. I wanted to first confirm I'm in the hearing for HB 708, right? I just wanted to be sure, because 90% of what the opponents are saying are not pertinent to this bill. If this bill actually did what people are saying, I might oppose it too, but it doesn't. It does not ban gas. It does not ban propane. It does not change our renewable portfolio standards requiring us to purchase anything more out of state. This policy was not rushed. It did not come out of nowhere. It was the product of multiple years of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. I apologize if I sound frustrated, but I have been working on these issues in Maryland since 2004. the passage of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act at a time where I had significantly more hair, thanks to all of you. This is a big bill. It has a lot of components, but they are interconnected on purpose, and they're working together to reduce the most greenhouse gases while protecting consumers. When we say, one of the things this bill does is it shifts the Empower Maryland program, and it says we shall not use Empower Maryland to help subsidize people to make new fossil fuel investments. If we agree that we're trying to decarbonize, which even the gas companies have said we are, then subsidizing new gas infrastructure does not make sense. Further, it suggests that we need to do a greenhouse gas analysis to make sure that SEEF, or the Strategic Energy Investment Fund money, is actually going to the lowest carbon options. There are several other really important provisions in this bill, which I would like to talk about, but I just want to end with one note. BG&E, like Pepco, are owned by Exelon, one of the most profitable utilities that is a publicly traded company. And it is important to view not just your neighborhood gas company, also as having a profit interest and viewing as such in all the comments that they make. Thank you very much for your time. I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Delegate Chi.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. And thank you, Mr. Tolkien, for clarifying the intent of the bill. My question is from what I just have heard from a couple of witnesses emphasizing their support, but with amendment of including biofuel. What is your take on that, and why is biofuel currently not included?
Thank you for the question. Going back to the testimony for BG&E earlier, they explained how the funding of the system works. New customers fund the investments that were made perhaps 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years earlier. So it's about the infrastructure. As more and more people move off of gas, you have a smaller number of people who are still supporting or funding the entire gas infrastructure. At that point, it doesn't matter whether or not a small percentage, and it's only possibly going to be a small percentage of the biofuels or gas are actually going through the system. What you have is a huge financial cost that will be left on predominantly low-income people who did not have the capacity or were last to join. So whether or not biofuels could play a particular role and whether we do biopropane is something that can be determined down the line. The key here is we know that there's going to be what's known as the death spiral, and that is the company's term, that we need to move off of gas in an organized way. Incentivizing biofuels, just like gas, would lead to more infrastructure development, which means we're adding to costs and locking some consumers in to one option while the rest of public policy is moving us in the other direction. And that is just a really, really bad idea for the people that will be left on the system in the end.
Mr. Vice Chairman, could we have asked Mr. Dodge just for a minute to respond to that statement, please?
Yeah, and thanks, Delegate, for the question. I think it's important to differentiate biogas from liquid biofuels, which is what we represent. I can't address the biogas issue at all. That's not the folks we represent and not the issue I deal with. But liquid biofuels, bioheat, biodiesel, renewable diesel are replacement fuels, low carbon replacement fuels on the transportation side, particularly for medium and heavy duty trucks, and for purposes of this bill, on the home heating and residential and commercial heating side to replace liquid fuel. So I want to make that distinction because I think your question was really focused more on the gas side.
Thank you.
Delegate Sheed, is that it? Okay. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Josh, you spoke to the profit motivations of utilities. Aren't offshore wind companies and solar companies driven by profit motivation as well?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. So in other words, the bill's picking winners and losers. Thanks, Mr. Vice Chair.
No, I would suggest though that
Mr. Vice Chair, I've got my answer on this one. He can answer the next question if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay. Jonna Davis.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Jana Davis, president of the Chesapeake Bay Trust. I'm honored to be here today. As we've discussed a little bit today, one of the elements of HB 708 is to create a Maryland Climate Justice Corps, starting on page 15 of your bill. and the trust has been tapped to administer it. My comments are limited to that component of the bill only. Many of you know the Chesapeake Bay Trust. We're an unbudgeted independent state agency, also a 501c3, but non-advocacy, created by you all, the General Assembly, in 1985. We're created as a way to reach small community-based groups on the ground, complementing the work of our larger sister state agencies. You may know us mainly through the grant making that we do in your district. Some of those grants have to do with a program that we administer called the Chesapeake Conservation Corps, that the Climate Corps in HB 708 is modeled on. The Chesapeake Conservation Corps was the vision of Senate President Miller and his team, and created by you all, the General Assembly, in 2010. The language of HB 708 that creates the Climate Corps is taken from the code that creates the other corps, and as a result, the trust will be able to administer this new corps very efficiently, leveraging the administration across both corps and, quite frankly, saving money. We're known for our efficiency. On average, 90 cents of every dollar goes to programs, and we have the highest rating by Charity Navigator, 4 stars for over 2 decades. A tiny bit about the existing corps, because the new corps would be set up as a sister. It places 35 to 40 young people in a stipend-supported program, 1-year term of service, various organizations across the state. They work on ag, energy, K through 12, et cetera, types of projects. Many of them are already doing climate-related work. In the 12 years since it's existed, it's graduated 318 alums, increasing the capacity of 150 host organizations, many in many of your districts. We have currently about 2 to 3 times the demand for both core member and host organization spots. Then we have resources, so it's a reason to believe that we can seamlessly support the Climate Corps. We are happy to answer questions, and I'll try to answer any questions that Delegate Fisher or others have about the core component of this bill.
Okay, that made me laugh. Keith McMahon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, committee members. My name is Keith McMahon, and I am the chairman of Trigas and Oil. We are a 60-plus-year-old energy company and located on the Eastern Shore of Maryland. We service all of the Eastern Shore of Maryland and Delaware and 3 primary counties on the Western Shore. I appreciate very much, and like my friend, Mr. Birch, he said he had been to 4 committee hearings. I believe this is my 3rd. And we talk about the future, and up until recently, our entire family, our 3 grown children and 8 grandchildren lived within right here on the Eastern Shore. I also want to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can for a cleaner environment. I don't think anybody on this call disagrees with that. My concern is all the things that we have done don't seem to be recognized. Over the years, we've converted to propane power for much of our rolling stock. We've added equipment, we've added nozzles that have almost a 0 release when we're making a delivery. In the last 4 months, we've taken approximately $1 million worth of new delivery equipment. And I am more than comfortable in sharing that $1 million investment in those trucks are so much cleaner than the 15-year-old units that they replace. But it doesn't appear that anybody is talking about where we are today. We want to talk about where we used to be. I hope that everybody is held to a high standard on the environment. I hope fossil fuel has to step up and do more. But I also want it to be recognized what we currently do. And I want to say that a single source in almost no situation can be our best answer. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you, sir. Kim Coble.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Kim Coble. I'm the Executive Director of the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. I also function as the co-chair of the Maryland Commission on Climate Change and the co-chair of the Mitigation Work Group. Spent a lot of time on this issue. I'm here in full support of this bill, and it is a top priority bill for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters. We have submitted written testimony, and there are some suggested amendments in there that I draw your attention to. In particular, the one pertaining to the definition for environmental justice. We've offered some specific language around that. Also, we believe including the green bank language that's in Senate Bill 528 is important. It serves as a funding source and can also help us achieve equitable funding for overburdened communities from the impacts of climate change. The other thing I'd like to just mention is that, as my colleague Josh Tolkien pointed out, I just want to reframe this bill. This bill requires that the state write a plan by 2023, and that plan needs to be finalized by 2030, 8 years from now, that sets the state on a path to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2045. We have 23 years to achieve this. So I believe the state of Maryland can not only write a plan, but also put everything in place in the next 23 years. And I urge your passage of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria Venable.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to express my support for this bill. For the record, my name is Victoria Venable. I am the Maryland Director of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network and CCAN Action Fund. I want to focus my testimony today on the section of the bill that extends the Empower Maryland program and also increases the annual efficiency goals. This program is a critical tool in mitigating the energy burden that many Marylanders face today. And in addition to extending and improving this program, HB 708 makes some necessary adjustments to Empower to better align it with our climate and energy goals. It does this by encouraging beneficial electrification. As the sponsor discussed, we must meaningfully reduce emissions beyond the low-hanging fruit that we've been doing so far. Chairman Wilson also referenced the potential sacrifices that many of us will have to make for this. What I want to stress is that many of the provisions of this bill help us actually mitigate those sacrifices. As my colleagues have emphasized, this bill is about planning for a future of getting to net zero. By shifting Empower to focus on beneficial electrification, we can help mitigate the impacts of these sacrifices, particularly for Marylanders who want to electrify their existing homes. It makes it more affordable and helps them ensure that residents who could benefit from energy savings the most have access to high efficiency electric appliances. This does not pick winners or losers. This is making the safest, most affordable, and most efficient appliances accessible to Marylanders. Thank you for your consideration of HB 708. I will stress that I also have submitted written testimony that references much of what I'm talking about with some data and has some proposed amendment language to strengthen the bill. With that, I urge a favorable vote from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike Ewald.
Sorry for the delay, I'm here. Hi, my name is Mike Ewald with Energy Justice Network. I heard a number of comments about nuclear power and baseload. I just want to address some of that and then get to my thought about amending this bill. First of all, anyone promoting nuclear power needs to seriously look at the cost of it and the time it takes to build. Anyone who knows the history of this industry for the past few decades knows that takes an inordinate amount of time and that their budget overruns are 2, 3, 4 times what they initially estimate. It just makes no sense on all kinds of levels, even if environmentally it made sense, which it does not. On baseload, though, the argument that we need to hold on to that, I've refuted this every year when it comes up in this committee. I hope this time maybe it'll get listened to. There are studies, including one from the University of Delaware, showing that we don't need baseload like you think. We can meet this grid's energy needs with just wind, solar, and energy storage, and just a modest amount of energy storage. And by 2030 can be entirely on that with 99.9% reliability and no government subsidies, cheaper than the status quo. That's what the University of Delaware study shows, and there are others that back that kind of thinking up. The future is not baseload, but getting used to the flexibility, just like we have cell phones, not landlines today. And we can do this without having to rely on things that involve burning anything or nuclear, because the dividing line between clean and dirty is whether you have to keep feeding it fuels that you extract, keep making air pollution, and keep making waste. Now, quickly, the thing I would say that needs to be fixed about this bill is the net zero by 2045 is too far away, and net zero is not zero. Net zero means offsets, which means you're trading with sketchy schemes from around the globe sometimes that don't necessarily reduce emissions. Sometimes they even increase them, but pretend to reduce them and are doing harm elsewhere to justify continued harm here. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will go to the final witness on the bill, and then we'll take questions. Dominic Butchko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Saving the best for last. Dominic Butchko with the Maryland Association of Counties here. MACO requests a favorable report with amendments. Reducing methane emissions is an important piece of tackling climate change. MACO supports amendments to these sections of the bill that seek a balance among multiple goals: controlling methane emissions, retaining the benefits of solar energy, and governing the cost burdens on taxpayers and other public services. HB 708 also advances Maryland towards policies promoting all-electric building systems. With the state only recently granting its approval for a major natural gas facility, a reasonable ground should be sought to recognize the economic viability of that facility and grant some degree of variance or consideration based on its presence in Maryland. In short, counties agree that strong action on climate is needed. It is critical for future generations that we act and we get it right. Accordingly, MACO asks for a favorable report with amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My question was for Keith McMahon. I actually don't see him on the screen, but I'll sort of ask the question because I think he's here. Keith, you're a small business in our district here on the shore, and I want to thank you for the service. You're a good family business. And I wanted to ask you the question, what would this bill do to your family business? And if you're not there, I'm apologetic, but anyway.
Delegate Adams, he is here. Yep, he came off mute, and there you go.
Yep.
There you go. Delegate, I am so sorry. I stepped out for just a second. So how this would affect our family business, ironically, next door in our conference room, we've got a Zoom call with our bank with one of the biggest opportunities that have been presented to us. But we have talked about this a lot. My 50-year-old son is president of the company and third generation. And we've sat down and said, how do we transition? And we've tried to do that. We operate 4 companies, but certainly by far, Tri-Gas-Noah is the one that is the largest and employs in itself about 160 people. I would just have to say this to you. I am not at all ashamed of having made our living in the fossil fuel business. I'm very, very proud of it. And I do think it can be held to a higher standard, but I can't tell you how we can transition in its entirety. I'm not going to sell electric. I'm not going to be given that opportunity, but I can sell a cleaner fossil fuel. And I can assure you the state of Maryland and the Eastern Shore in particular will be better off for
it. So Keith, thank you very much for your family and what you do for the community. You're more than just a prime deliverer of reliable energy. You're also a community partner and valued that, your entire family. So thank you for that. I'm sure Delegate Mounts has a couple words of like encouragement for you during this very difficult bill hearing.
Thank you, Delegate Adams.
Delegate Mounts.
Thank you. Delegate Adams kind of took my question. So it goes along those lines, but Mr. McMahon, I think your testimony was more on the lines of cleaner fossil fuels. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Well, Delegate Adams did take my question. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for taking the time to testify today.
Thank you, Delegate.
Sorry about that, Delegate Mounts. Delegate Harrison.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. I think that we've had actually a good, robust discussion. We've heard some good things from both sides. And I believe that everyone believes that at some point we do need to do something about climate change and how we move towards creating cleaner energy, basically. But we heard a lot about the cost of doing this and that we need to do it quickly. And then we heard from the utility company that, while they would like to do this, they don't think they can do it in the time frame. So I have basically one question for both sides. And so I would like to direct the first to Mr. Washington. Hopefully he's still here from BGE. So the first question basically is, so you don't think that you get a plan done by 2023. When do you think you could get it done? The next question is, how do you, what is the cost of doing this and what is the cost of not doing this? And then I would like to pose the same question to, maybe the witness from CCAN or the Sierra Club or Ms. Coble. I just don't, we only need one, and as concisely as you can answer the question, we would all appreciate it.
So I'll try to be concise, Delegate, and thank you very much for the question. The package of bills provides—
I'm only talking about we're going to stick on this one bill, please, if we can.
Sure. Okay, so if we're talking specifically about this bill, what this bill asks is for us to provide a plan to the Public Service Commission. It doesn't give a time frame. We could certainly provide a plan that thinks through a feasible timeline for preparing to achieve Maryland's decarbonization goals in the timeline that the Commission provides.
And the cost of doing so and the cost of not doing so, please.
The cost of pursuing electrification?
Yes, because
Okay.
what one of the things that we heard was that the ratepayers were going to be stuck with a big bill, basically. And so, and obviously none of us want that, because, we're all ratepayers just as well as everyone else who's listening. So, but at some point there's a cost of not doing so. And so I'd just like to hear, what the industry believes, and then I would like to hear from the advocates as well.
Sure. And in terms of the cost, I know that my colleague Mark Case, if he's still on, he's the best to answer. If his face doesn't pop up in a second, I'll give you my answer to the question.
Hey, Charles, I'm on. Yeah, we have looked at the cost, and we've estimated $10,000 per residential customer to go to an all-electric solution if that is required. In total, taking those costs across all residential and all residential and commercial customers, about $2.8 billion in total. And then to that number, we have to add the cost of upgrading the electric grid to handle the increased loads on the system. We have not completed modeling of those costs yet, but if we look at the Climate Commission report, those costs are typically estimated in the several billion dollars per year. So total number, multiple billions of dollars for BGE. BGE represents about half the state. So you could double that number to get to a Maryland-wide ballpark estimate.
And the cost of not doing so?
I don't know what the cost of not doing it. I'm sure there are studies that look at the cost of carbon and the impacts, and I'd let others speak to that.
Thank you. If I could have either the gentleman from the Sierra Club or the witness from CCAN, or just one, please.
Delegate Harrison, I think you're looking for Josh Tolkien. He was from Sierra Club.
Delegate Harrison, this is Kim Coble with Maryland League of Conservation Voters. And if it's all right with you, I'll answer the question for the group. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the question, because if we look at HB 708, the cost is to write a plan. That's the cost. We're going to get together. We're going to put our heads together. The agencies are going to work, and we're going to write a plan to achieve a goal that we will work to meet in 23 years. That's the cost of this bill. And how we get there is not prescribed. How we get there is wide open. The only thing the bill says is that we cannot include highway widening as a climate change action. Beyond that, anything is a go. So it's all going to be based on what can we afford, how does the state move forward, what is the appetite of the legislature to move things forward. So when we look at this bill, I actually think probably everybody you've heard from today agrees. This is a bill to write a plan to help Maryland achieve a decarbonization, net decarbonization in 23 years. The cost of inaction is actually substantial. If we as a society and as a state don't address the greenhouse gas pollution that's coming out, we can talk about public health costs. We can talk about the exorbitant and disproportionate amount of impacts on our Black and brown communities from the greenhouse gas emissions. You can talk about lost business and revenue because of flooding and times when the businesses have to shut down, highways are closed, deliveries can't get delivered. I mean, look at areas that have been flooded. Look at Ellicott City that's had 2 major floods in the last couple of years. So it goes on and on. I mean, there's a substantial cost if we do nothing. And that's why I'm urging a favorable report of this bill.
All right, thank you. I won't ask any more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I just have a few questions. Just briefly, Ms. Coble, white people also suffer from climate change issues, right? It's not just Black and brown, right?
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure. I love hearing white people tell us how we're suffering, but I really like it when white people talk about how we suffer as a community, not just Black and brown. We don't need to be the face of every single tragedy in this country. We know what we're going through. I would appreciate we keep it general sometimes because it does weigh heavy on many people in my committee who are of color every time we hear this detrimental news that we live every day. Now, I have questions for Mr. Ewald. Is he there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Ewald, you stated that basically 2045 was not enough. Are you aware of how much wind and solar is currently in our portfolio right now?
I don't have the numbers on my head for Maryland. I've looked at them before. I know the general idea. Yes, it's not a huge percentage.
Right. So, and do you know the numbers for our portfolio for natural gas right now?
It's pretty large. Yes, like 30, 40%.
Right. And do you understand how many, do you know how many battery backups we have built in Maryland right now?
Probably close to 0. But the point, that's not the point though. The point is that the study is how quickly it could be developed and what the potential is in a certain number of years. It's not, do you have it now? There's no point in studying that. We know we have now.
Well, and there actually is a point because it comes to something called reality, because at the end of the day, at some point you have to deal with the now to get to the later. And
right. And planning involves looking at the later.
I don't need you to talk over me. I got this. Because the issue isn't really, you know, we're going to find a way to get there, but it's not going to be easy to say somehow that 2045 isn't enough and no nuclear. I mean, I want to know. So do you know how long it takes to build a wind farm?
Just a few years. Do you know how long it takes to build a nuclear reactor? At least a decade.
Nobody's saying that you can't build a small modular reactor. But again, we're not saying we build. Here's the point.
Well, no one's built a small modular reactor. That is unrealistic. It takes way too long. No one's built them. They have all kinds of permitting and cost.
They're building in New Mexico right now. I actually have the data. This is what I do for a living.
Okay, let me know when it's up and running, because this is my field too.
This is why I'm the chairman, sir, because I actually do my research. I'm not just
yes, I do too.
And then talking with feelings. Because what I want to do is get to a bottom and get to a solution, not pie in the sky goals. And that's, you know why? Because I've got Delegate Fisher waiting in the wings for me to make one mistake and make one pie in the sky wish that I know can't come true. So when we start talking about we can do this in 3 and 5 years, I know fiscally and financially, that's when we all start to suffer, not as Black and brown people, but as all people. So what I would appreciate is realistic goals and ideas that we as a state can follow through on, because we get caught up and then we end up getting dismissed. Because if the speaker wants this to happen, I'm going to make it happen. But like I said, losing 50 pounds in a month is not easy. It's real hard. And there will be some suffering and some consequences, and we have to be willing to swallow those consequences up. But to say no nuclear, no anything, and 2045 is too short of a goal. I think at some point that just puts us under some unreasonable pressures. Thank you very much, sir. Now, great. Now, I tried to filibuster Mr. Fisher so he wouldn't talk. I apologize, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, Delegate Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I almost felt like saying, wow, Mr. Chairman, welcome to the Republican Party, but you know.
Don't do that. Don't do that, bastard.
So I do have a question for Mr. Josh Tolkien, though. I'm not sure if he's still on. Mr. Tolkien.
I'm still here.
Mr. Tolkien, how are you today?
Doing just fine.
I do have a question. You indicated that this bill does not deal with and or will not ultimately result in the banning or ending of natural gas and oil. I mean,
I believe I said that it did not ban gas, were my words.
Okay, so are you saying that if you reduce emissions to zero, that won't effectively ban natural gas and or oil?
I'm saying that by passing this bill, we'll get the best minds in the state together to come up with the best strategy. If I had my way, we probably would be making a long, reasonable path to be moving off of fossil fuels in our buildings and in our cars and in all the places where possible. The reason it says net is we know there are some places where that's probably not possible. We need to continue to preserve use of fossil fuels in some industries and resources where it's vital and there are not other alternatives.
I hear you.
Necessary backups. So I don't believe going to zero, but I do believe the goal is to minimize the use of fossil fuels as they're the major contributor.
So, Mr. Tolkien, you opposed the Dominion Cove Point LNG natural gas plant in Calvert County, did you not?
I did. Still do, yes.
Yes. And it's interesting that the country of Germany, the largest economy in Europe, decided to pass a bill similar to this many years ago and eliminated essentially their baseload energy sources because they were going to go all green. And now, of course, they have found themselves in this pickle where they actually need natural gas and oil to power their economy. You're aware of that, right?
No, and also what you just described does not at all sound like this bill, but sorry, continue.
I mean, the bill, sir, actually bans natural gas. You oppose the Dominion LNG plant in Calvert County. And that, sir, where I'm going with this is, that is the very same plant that is operating at full capacity, exporting natural gas, among other places, to Europe to be able to save them so that they can power their economy. But you opposed it. And my fear is, and my concern is, this zealotry. Well, you know, it's my opinion, right? This zealotry is going to destroy the economy as it has destroyed the electric grid in Europe.
I know you know that because you raise that pretty much every time I testify here. So I'm very aware of that strong feeling. The comparison to Europe is really not germane to this. This is about making a plan. The interesting thing is if you show up and you oppose every bill that we talk about and make it about every possible scenario, we can't have a dialogue about where we might agree. So if it was a bill about expanding renewable energy, we might be able to have that conversation. But this is a bill about creating a plan that has a lot of stakeholders that are working together to try to find the best pathway.
And I know that you believe that, okay? I do.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that's what's in the bill. I believe I read it this morning.
So, and to be fair, Mr. Tolkien, I read it too. And, you know, if you were actually the intellectual that you purport, you would never have opposed Dominion LNG plant, which now is saving the world. So my point here is that this push towards eliminating all energy and banning it is really, you know, to me, incredibly dangerous. And we're seeing it in real time on the planet right now.
I'd rather not answer that, but I would like to refer people to David Lapp's testimony, who draws the connection between these projects that Delegate Fisher is talking about and the actual increased consumer cost. Things that we view of as solutions are actually places where we're being saddled with huge costs. They're just buried deep in our utility bills, so we don't
Yes.
actually recognize it.
And I hear you, Mr. Tolkien, which is why last month, as a result of the Biden administration's policies, SMECO, my utility, had to pay 68% more for their energy costs that they deliver to their citizens and their co-op. So you were wrong on every aspect, and you've been wrong with history as it relates to Dominion Cove Point. And I'm just saying that so far you've been wrong every time, and it's a good discussion to have. But I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much.
Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Josh, I'll stay with that. Well, not exactly that line of conversation, but I appreciate what Delegate Fisher's saying. I've heard you and Kim say that this is just a plan. It's just a plan. Why wouldn't you support a bill that's just a plan? And I'm reading testimony from Chesapeake Utilities. Look, it's a pretty thick file of opposition, but let me just read this one sentence and gather your thoughts on what they're saying here. The bill is extremely awkward and troubling in that it asks the General Assembly to direct a utility company to spend ratepayer dollars to develop a plan for putting itself out of business. So you're probably accurate in saying, okay, the bill's just a plan. I mean, come on, Delegate Impelleri, vote for the bill. It's just a plan. But okay, what's the plan do? And Josh, the plan puts gas out of business in the state of Maryland. This is a yes or no at this point?
Generally, we recognize that moving off of gas is a long-term plan. If you are a business whose only product is providing gas and we need to move off of gas, then we need a plan to essentially transition that business, which is a publicly created utility. Yeah, we need a plan to transition off of it. And the utilities have actually said the exact same thing. We do need a plan to transition off of gas as a utility.
I just want to make sure that we know before we start voting on the bill that we're not talking about just this nice little plan that gets us to pie in the sky, lollipops and unicorns. It's a plan to put companies out of business.
I would urge everybody to look at the testimony of some of the companies who say, especially BG&E, if you ask them, this transition is happening. They are planning for it. They know it's going to happen. And the biggest question in the General Assembly is whether it's going to be managed and the damage to individuals mitigated, or whether it's going to be done haphazardly in an incredibly damaging way.
All right, thanks, Josh.
Oh, shit. Okay, we still have another bill after this. Delegate Impelleri. You're on mute.
I said, Josh, let's just be real. That these companies that are giving these comments that they're going to go along, their arms are being twisted, they're being threatened, they're being intimidated. They do not want to put their companies out of business. That's the reality of it. I mean, you really think the nuclear power plants want to shut down and go to wind power? No. Do you think the natural gas plants want to shut down? They're trying to survive. But yes, at the end of the day, you know what they're going to do? They're going to take their big buyouts and they're going to leave, and they're going to leave the ratepayer stuck with this disaster that this bill is going to present them. Because we've already heard from your side, we want no nuclear power. We want no natural fossil fuels whatsoever. The poor people up in Western Maryland that have all kinds of natural gas under the ground, which is one of the cleanest energies you can get, we don't want that either, because it's not clean enough for you. None of this for your supporters that are here today, that are backing this bill. No wonder it's going to take place 20 some years from now, because no one in their right mind would try to make it take place next year, because it's going to fail. It's totally going to fail. Look, I was open to this stuff when I first was elected. Windmills, first question, will they ever get smaller? Will they ever produce more energy? The answer is no. Will solar power ever get better than what it is right now? Probably not, and its gains aren't going to be big enough. You can say there's going to be gains, but it's never going to be big enough. So Josh, don't be telling us how all these other companies want this. BG&E has clearly said in past hearings, because I've been here for 20 years, we'd rather invest in a failed industry than to do it ourselves. So they'll put money that they're forced to put in of the ratepayer. It's not their money. It's the ratepayers' money. It's my money, my constituents' money that they're being forced to shove into projects that don't work. And that's the truth of it. So let's just be honest. I've heard a lot of testimony here. I wish I heard some real honest testimony of what's going to happen in the future. The future is we're going to have brownouts, we're going to have blackouts, we're going to have rates that are so high. I don't care what color your skin is, you're going to be freezing because you're not going to have electricity. And we're going to have hospitals that don't have electricities, and we're going to have prisons that don't have electricities. That is what this is all geared to get us there. Amen. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Mr. Tolkien, would you like to comment on that? I'll let you answer the question.
I'm not totally sure I heard a question.
Yeah, me either. Okay.
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Look, I just want to say, regardless of where anybody comes down on the bill, Mr. Tolkien, you did a fantastic job handling yourself today.
Excellent job, Josh. Excellent job.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thankfully that concludes the hearing on House Bill 708. And next we will go to Delegate Stewart, House Bill 11. Delegate Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good to be with everyone this late afternoon. For the record, I'm Delegate Vaughn Stewart, and this is House Bill 11. This bill is called the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act, and it is pro-jobs. It is anti-pollution. This bill is pro-ratepayer, and it is anti-cancer. Our RPS is currently being used to subsidize the burning of trash, wood, and poultry litter, energy sources that emit more greenhouse gases than fossil fuels and support very few jobs in the state of Maryland. Maryland ratepayers have spent nearly $250 million on dirty energy since the General Assembly created the RPS, and more than a third of renewable energy credits come from these dirty energy sources. Every dollar that goes to burning stuff is a dollar that doesn't go to genuinely clean sources of renewable energy that will fuel the next generation of high-paying jobs. Quite simply, we're paying more money for more pollution and fewer jobs. So HB 11 removes the dirty energy sources from the RPS. First, we're removing trash burning. Our two trash incinerators produce more mercury, lead, and greenhouse gases per hour of energy than our largest coal-fired power plant. They're among the state's top producers of nitrogen oxides, a greenhouse gas that's 300 times worse than carbon. And air pollutants from incinerators give people cancer. And we're not even supporting Maryland jobs because nearly 2/3 of our trash burning subsidies go to a single facility in Lorton, Virginia. Secondly, we're removing poultry and food waste burning from the RPS. This is sometimes called, as you all know, anaerobic digestion. Sometimes it's called renewable natural gas. These projects can emit higher levels of greenhouse gases and toxic chemicals than coal plants as well. Sending waste to a digester creates methane, which is much worse for climate change than carbon. Third, we're removing landfill methane burning. These schemes create a perverse incentive to increase methane production, and they distract from the real solution here, which is composting. Composting actually sequesters carbon, and yet we don't subsidize it in Maryland like we do all these other waste to energy schemes. This bill would put composting on equal footing. And I think also, lastly, it's important to note that a whopping 94% of our subsidies for landfill methane go out of state. So again, we're paying for jobs elsewhere. Fourth, we're removing wood burning. Burning wood produces at least as much pollution as fossil fuels, and the facilities also emit high levels of particulate matter and all sorts of other bad air pollutants. And then here comes the job stat for this one. Ready for it? 97% of the subsidies for burning wood go out of state. So Maryland ratepayers are paying more to help North Carolina, Kentucky, and Tennessee. Now, these are great states. I've been to all three. I love them, but I'd rather we create jobs here in Maryland. So the bill is important for three reasons. One, we can't continue to subsidize energy sources that are worse than coal if we're going to stop climate change. Two, pollution from combustion-based energy harms the health of regular people. And third, jobs, jobs, jobs. The demand for clean energy is growing. Dirty energy sources are dying out. First, I want to address a couple. Next, I just want to address a couple points from the opponents, questions that are likely to come up. First, where will the waste go? What will we do with all this trash? Well, it's important to know that we're not talking about eliminating facilities here. Most, if not all, the facilities we're going to be talking about this afternoon, and hopefully not, but early evening, are going to survive without subsidies. We're not talking about whether they should exist. We're talking about whether they should get extra credit. Subsidies and additionally, subsidies for energy from trash or from poultry litter can actually incentivize the creation of more waste because you need more waste to fuel these facilities. We should really, again, be supporting composting, which is a real carbon negative solution that currently gets basically no subsidies from the state. Secondly, another issue that may come up is utility bills. Came up in the last bill hearing, obviously. Like, what are ratepayers going to be facing jacked up bills from my bill here? The answer is that they won't budge much, if in any. But please do not take my word for it. Read the fiscal note. I'll quote it for you. Most likely, the state will continue the multi-year trend of increased reliance on wind RECs to meet RPS requirements, with negligible impacts on REC prices. As a result, the bill has a minimal impact on compliance costs and, by extension, a minimal impact on customer electricity rates. And that's crucial because we're trying to move to clean energy and we're trying to create jobs. We're not trying to squeeze regular folks. This afternoon, and hopefully not, but maybe early evening, you're going to hear from some environmental groups. You're going to hear from some groups that benefit from these subsidies. You won't hear from a mom who's struggling to pay her Pepco bill. You won't hear from an out-of-work dad who might one day end up in a wind energy job that pays a family-sustaining wage. You won't hear from an 8-year-old child living with asthma near a trash incinerator. But I hope you will keep the voices of all those people in mind regardless. Maryland could lead the nation in producing clean energy and creating good jobs. We could do it. Or we could cling to the solutions of the past at the expense of our future. The choice is yours. I urge a favorable report.
Thank you, Delegate Stewart. I searched for him in the chat. Is County Executive Elric here? He was here earlier.
I don't see him.
Yeah, I don't see him either. We'll come back to him. We'll go to Naya Kanjar.
Hello, I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Naya Kanjar, and I am a student at the University of Maryland, representing the Sunrise Movement. So far, the Maryland Coalition of Sunrise Hubs and 7 individual hubs have signed on to support this bill. Young people across the state have made it clear that the RPS must be improved to only include truly renewable energy sources. Our futures depend on it. Allowing energy sources that emit greenhouse gases like methane to remain in the RPS undermines the goal to achieve 50% renewable energy sources by 2030. And to claim we've met this goal while fuel sources that emit greenhouse gases remain in the RPS would be a lie. As it stands, the RPS is missing an opportunity to put all subsidies towards true renewable energy sources. Just this week, the IPCC released a new report showing that our current emission reduction plans are not enough to avoid the worst consequences of the climate crisis. This means that we must improve our RPS. On behalf of young people across the state, I urge you to support House Bill 11. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Monica Brooks.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Monica Brooks, and I'm a resident of Wycomico County. I'm a rural community, and I am the Environmental Justice Chair for Wycomico County NAACP. I'm concerned about the effects of climate change on our citizens. As such, I'm writing to express a strong support of House Bill 11, which would make sure that our subsidies for renewable energy through the Renewable Portfolio Standard are going towards actual renewable energy. We are in a climate crisis, and our rural communities are at risk, primarily due to industrial agriculture. And our citizens deserve and want to be protected from the effects of greenhouse gases and climate change. Polluters burning chicken litter, wood, or even trash to manufacture methane should not be manufactured. Should not benefit from manufacturing methane. Methane directly contributes to greenhouse gases and therefore climate change. The health and welfare of nearby communities should be prioritized in consideration of the placement of such facilities. On the Eastern Shore, we are continually bombarded with DAF, sludge tanks, gasification plants, and others that are so-called biogas, but yet they are polluters, looking to be greenlit. Far too often, these companies make a beeline for our communities of color and low-income residents. Cumulative effects are not considered. Recently, the citizens of Wycomico County, already plagued by a poultry factory, landfill, and CAFOs, voiced their disapproval for a gasification plant. It was looking for special exemption as a composter, when indeed it was not a composter. The citizens should not have to fight so hard in order to enforce what they deserve. We have high respiratory rates and high asthma rates, including my daughter. And so we are looking for clean energy solutions, and please support House Bill 11 so that those dollars can go towards supporting wind, solar, hydro, geothermal power, not greenhouse gas emissions. Being a rural community should not relegate us to the dark ages and the continued uses of antiquated energy sources. We have become, in many ways, the dumping ground for the entire state. And so we're asking that you protect the citizens of the Eastern Shore, and we ask for a favorable response to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Skolnick.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I'm Gary Skolnick, CEO of Neighborhood Sun. We are a Maryland-based community solar company with operations in multiple states, 25 employees at our headquarters in Silver Spring. I am requesting that you support this bill. And I also just want to give a little bit of context on some of the background, since I was there with the original RPS back in 2004 under Speaker Bush and the negotiations that went into it. It was a very hard fought negotiation, and we only got the bill passed when we agreed that waste incineration would be phased out by, I don't remember the exact year, but it was 2018 or 2019. So if we stuck to the original RPS that we passed in 2004, waste incineration would no longer be in this bill. Of course, they took advantage of a time when people weren't watching, and they got another bill passed that extended their life. We're not talking about getting rid of these power sources. We are just talking about getting rid of subsidies to them, and that's a big difference. If someone wants to burn trash to make a living or burn poultry litter, as Bill Miles has been talking about for 25 years, go forth and prosper. Just don't take ratepayer money to do so. We have many other good sources of energy that we can use. And if you are trying to support fighting climate change, you don't want to pass bills to fight climate change on the one hand and pass bills or keep bills to subsidize polluting industries on the other hand. So with that, I ask for your support of this bill.
Thank you, sir. I see County Executive Elric has joined us. Sir, are you with us?
I am definitely with you.
Okay, go ahead. You're up, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Wilson and Vice Chair Crosby and members of the committee. My name is Mark Elrich. I'm the County Executive of Montgomery County, and I'm here to support House Bill 11, the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act of 2022. The Reclaim Renewable Energy Act refocuses Maryland's RPS on clean and renewable resources of electricity, while removing greenhouse gas producing sources such as burning manure, waste energy disposal, and food waste. Waste energy disposal is particularly misaligned with the goal of RPS. The primary function of waste energy is a solid waste management method that happens to generate electricity as a byproduct. Including waste energy is a tier 1 resource under Maryland's RPS that could displace the development of new renewable sources of power like solar and wind. By removing waste energy facilities as a clean energy source, Montgomery County recognizes a short-term financial impact to the loss of the sales of renewable energy credits. Just last year, the county received $3.4 million for the sale of renewable energy credits from its resource recovery facility. However, the long-term value of the corrected RPS to promote more order and wind generation, more solar and wind generation in the state will help achieve Montgomery County's climate goals. Additionally, the update to the RPS is consistent with Montgomery County achieving our zero waste goals. I respectfully request that the Economic Matters Committee vote favorably on the House Bill 934. I will say that in our experience in the county, we find that the burning of waste has actually distracted the county from better management of the waste. Burning waste was the easiest thing to do It meant that our food didn't go to digesters and composting, and it foreclosed other better options we had for dealing with waste materials.
Thank you, sir. And since this is somewhat of a larger bill, we're going to kind of hop around like we did on previous larger bills. We'll now go to a couple unfavorable. We'll first take up Stephen Thomas.
Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I want to just touch a data point first. This is PJM publishes their real-time generation fuel mix. Right now, solar is providing 3.1% of the light in the heat that's surrounding you guys. Wind is 3.86%. 90% of the electricity you're using at this moment is provided by coal, natural gas, and nuclear. Now that's an inarguable data point. It's on PJM's real-time page. And I'm like a lot of you guys. I want to see a good path to renewable, 100% renewable, zero emissions. But when we start throwing out babies with the bathwater, in this case, biomass, which is carbon neutral. The CO2 that is emitted is atmospheric CO2. It was CO2 that was in the atmosphere before, and it's back in the atmosphere. It's contrasted to the CO2 emitted by fossil fuels, which had been sequestered underground for thousands of years. So the carbon neutrality of biomass is irrefutable. Also, a lot of these are waste products. These fuel sources aren't going away. They'll have to be landfilled. A lot of them will be left on the ground where they are actually worse polluters because of the methane. At least when they are burned at a point source, there are pollution controls that are put on them. There's precipitators. It is a much more desirable than leaving these fuels on the ground or landfilling. Lastly, these continual bills and regulatory and legislative efforts actually make it more difficult for renewable developers because of price volatility. And price has gone up from $11.53 last year when you guys passed the black liquor bill to over $21 now. So this is a direct effect on the Maryland ratepayers. Sir, I'm going to need to start to wrap up. Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, Paul, no.
Chair Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of the committee, the American Forest and Paper Association appreciates the opportunity to testify in House Bill 11 on behalf of our members and their employees who are an integral part of the circular bioeconomy. In Maryland, the forest products industry employs nearly 6,000 individuals and facilities that produce packaging, sales displays, corrugated boxes, and other products with an annual payroll of over $374 million. Through the highly efficient use of biomass residuals of the forest products manufacturing process, AF&PA members generate renewable bioenergy that provides very large greenhouse gas reduction benefits, roughly equivalent to removing 35 million cars from the road. Our written statement provides further details and supporting studies about these carbon benefits. Unfortunately, House Bill 11 would prevent this carbon beneficial bioenergy from qualifying as a tier 1 renewable source, which would unfairly discriminate against our members who are committed to the continual use of carbon beneficial bioenergy as part of the circular economy. Accordingly, AF&PA must respectfully request the committee give H Bill 11 an unfavorable report. AF&PA also has registered its support of House Bill 1085 in our written testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, William Miles.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and on behalf of the Association of Forest Industry, the voice of Maryland's industry, and a shout out to my old good friend, Gary Skolnick, who I was at the table with him all those years under Carol Petzold developing the RPS. And unfortunately, Gary, after 25 years, poultry litter to electricity has not happened, and I do not foresee it ever happening. And that's one reason why 1085, taking out the word primarily, is so important. But on this bill, I think the sponsor did an excellent job of trying to explain to everybody why it's probably not a good idea on some of these things. But I'm here about wood, okay? And I think that Mr. Thomas and the guy from the Paper Association kind of said it well. But wood was built into the RPS at the very beginning for all the reasons that I could very well not articulate right now, but are all reasonable. The problem is we just don't have any projects. And if these RECs from wood projects are going out of state, then I suggest you amend the bill and just say any kind of subsidy that would go to wood production in Maryland for energy purposes be in-state production. We'd be fine with that. But there's one important point. I know I'm losing time. I know you guys are tired on a Friday. But do you all remember the plan, the great greenhouse gas reduction plan that took years to develop? All I want to do is make a quote from this plan for you all to consider on this bill and the reason why it should fail. It says, in addition to reducing greenhouse gas emissions from sources throughout Maryland, the plan includes measures to pull CO2 out of the atmosphere through improved management of Maryland's forests and farms. Increasing forest management has economic benefits and results in additional availability of renewable biomass for energy production. The greenhouse gas plan says wood is good, and I would leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Mary Urban.
Hey, thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Mary Urban. I'm the Director of Community Engagement for Wind Waste Innovations, which is formerly Wheelbrader. I'm testifying in opposition to HB 11. The RECs that we receive in return for decreasing Maryland's reliance on fossil fuels help enable our company to invest in technology, our workforce, and the community. In terms of technology and capital improvements, we're investing more than $40 million into the plant so we can achieve some of the lowest emission levels of any waste energy facility in the nation and in the world. For the jobs here at the plant, we have over 70 full-time employees. We have high average salaries. We have low barrier to entry, on-the-job training to prepare for internal advancement, and day one comprehensive benefits. For the city and the county, we provide an alternative to landfilling to dispose about 70% of their residential waste and 50% of the commercial waste. Baltimore City receives about $12 million annually in the form of host fees, taxes, lease payments, and things. We also offset what the DPW recently stated as about $100 million to build transfer stations, expand the landfills, and or haul it out of state if we were not here in the city. For the community, we are spending more than $750,000 a year to support incredible organizations and initiatives like Urban Gardens, where we volunteer and provide financial support for infrastructure, for watering, and for composting. We're supporting a pilot cut flower program where youth workers are going to grow flowers here in Carroll Park, which is my neighborhood, and sell them at local markets so they can bring back money into their organization. We support a ton of youth mentorship programs where low-income youth are learning workforce development skills while cleaning and greening their own communities. We support their stipends and STEM education programming. And we recently hired a graduate from one of these programs to work here full-time at the plant, which we're super excited about. We supported community associations throughout the city by employing returning citizens and help them clean up over 1 million pounds of trash. We get the trash off the streets, we keep it from the waterways, and we bring it down here to create renewable energy that heats the city. We've also recently helped the city as they've been plagued with COVID and not been able to do as much curbside recycling pickup by providing additional dumpsters. This type of support is possible because in due part because of the RECs we receive, and I ask that you give an unfavorable report to the HB 11. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more and then we'll take questions. Aaron Greenfield.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman. Aaron Greenfield on behalf of Bioenergy DevCo, a pioneer in the financing, construction and operation of anaerobic digesters. In fact, we have one currently being built on state land in Jessup now that has created jobs, and we are interested in looking to expand. Many of you have toured that facility and we appreciate it. You have our written testimony, and we are opposed specifically to the provision on page 7, lines 14 to 15, which excludes methane from the anaerobic digestion of organic materials from being eligible in the tier 1. As this committee knows, biogas is an essential part of the national carbon reduction strategy because of its potential to prevent methane emissions from the management of wet wastes at landfills, farms, and wastewater treatment plants. When the source of biogas is organic waste, like food scraps, it is then that organic waste is carbon negative. Biogas can be used to power boilers or generate electricity, reducing reliance on fossil fuels and improving the resiliency of our energy system. Biogas can also be refined into renewable natural gas, and this bill, by eliminating methane from anaerobic digestion as a tier 1, will discourage production of an important renewable fuel in Maryland and stifle expansion of needed organics recycling facilities and infrastructure as the state ramps up to implement its waste diversion efforts. With me, you will hear, and at my request, Peter Ettinger, the Chief Strategy Officer of Bioenergy DevCo, who will further speak to our objections with the bill. And with that, I respectfully request an unfavorable report, or at least an amendment that strikes that provision on page 7, lines 14 to 15.
Thank you, Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. My question is for County Executive Elrich. Is he still on?
Check. He is not.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Well, then if I could, I'd just make a real quick statement, I guess, or maybe somebody from Montgomery County can tackle this question. In November, I'm reading from Bethesda Magazine dated 2019. In November 16, 2018, letter, former County Executive Leggett wrote to Christopher Skaggs, the Executive Director of Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority, an independent state agency, saying if the county were to shift away from the incinerator, talking about Dickerson, before 2026, and this is in reference to the Dickerson plant that burns 1,800 pounds of trash a year, 1,800 tons, I'm sorry. It would result in an additional 18 million in increased cost per year. Quote, as there is no active landfill within the county, the transfer station is not configured to send waste to landfills by rail. A shift to landfilling would also necessitate approximately 30,000 tractor trailer round trips per year to facilities located between 70 and 150 miles away. And I was wondering, my question was going to be, and hopefully the county executive can watch this and maybe get back to the committee. What are we going to do to offset the carbon cost of 30,000 tractor trailer trips a year? In the out years, what is that going to do to road cost, road upkeep, road maintenance? And you know, does he plan? I think they're looking at the contract now for extending the use and operation of Dickerson even farther than 2026. Does he plan to do that? Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Yep. I will have my staff email County Executive Elric, and I'll just send him the video clip, and please ask him to respond. Delegate Impalaria.
Thank you. This question is for Mr. Paul No. I see you're still there. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so, you know, we keep hearing about science on this stuff. My understanding is that if a tree falls in a wood and it decays, it has a carbon footprint. And if it's taken and burned, it has the same identical carbon footprint. And of course, the tree that falls on the ground and rot gives us no energy benefit whatsoever. But the waste products of the wood, which will have the same carbon input, will actually give us energy. So, you know, the public's getting something out of it. It's not altering the amount of carbon going into the air. Maybe the speed it goes in, but it doesn't alter it. Is that your understanding too?
Delegate, you're exactly right. And I have to say, it's almost as if there's a certain denial of the biogenic carbon cycle, which is a fundamental scientific fact, which is undeniable. In fact, in the case of the use of residuals for energy, which is what is done in our industry, the actual benefit is so significant that there's a very strong argument the energy is beyond carbon neutral, that it actually has an affirmative greenhouse gas reduction benefit. And one of the studies in attached to my written statement is one of the best studies in the world that shows that clearly. We also have a number of other sources cited, including work of the US EPA during the Obama administration.
And just a follow-up, I know it's not your field, but it's same when I go to landfill, you go to landfill and they're catching all this methane gas. So by putting these products in the landfill, you're not avoiding the carbon coming out of them. You're not avoiding the methane coming out of them. If you're using trash or wood, which is going to degrade, and not using coal, well, coal doesn't really have a carbon footprint. If it's under the ground, it's not burned. But these actually do. They are actually going to decay. Wouldn't that be so?
I agree. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I don't want to try to answer on behalf of the county executive to Delegate Howard's question, but I can just quickly say that one of the things that I think the county executive's position, it is Montgomery County's position, is that subsidies for renewable energy should go to clean renewable energy, and incineration is not a clean renewable energy. And in Montgomery County, we have the ability to distinguish between this bill, which is about what are we subsidizing as clean energy, and a waste management conversation, which is separate from what are we going to subsidize as clean energy. And so while it's true that Montgomery County needs a plan for waste management, as does Baltimore City, as does every county, that is a separate conversation from the question of what is clean energy and what should we subsidize as clean energy. So that's my short answer to your question. And I'm sure that the county executive may be able to weigh in with more detail. But I think because the question in front of us is where should we send renewable energy credits? That's not the question about where will Montgomery County, because Montgomery County can continue to use the incinerator or not, regardless of this policy. Now, my question that I had hoped to ask is to Ms. Urban. Ms. Urban, you talked a lot about community work you're doing, which is nice, but I guess I got lost in there. I'm just wondering if you can come back and talk about a couple other things for me. Can you describe, you said quickly at the end about the need to use these funds to add emissions controls to the facility. And I'm just wondering if you can tell me about the emission control requirements, like what emissions are you required to control by the EPA? What emissions are you required to control by Baltimore City health standards? I know for a while they were different. Maybe you're back to just the EPA. What emissions are created by incineration, and what are the ones that you're required to control, and what are the levels that you're required to control them at?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So one, my colleague Mike is on too, so we were sort of thinking we would go together, so there'll be more information coming. And secondly, I'm saying that these types of recs help us to become a viable company with all the things that we do, and in part help with technology and the capital upgrades. So what we submitted is a chart that talks about our emission levels and how we'll be reducing them. And as I mentioned, we'll be one of the cleanest facilities in both the nation and the world when you're talking about emissions that are produced from our energy production.
Ms. Urban, I was actually looking for written testimony, and on yours, I couldn't find it because I was wondering if it would have information about the emissions. Do you know what name that is under?
I would be either Wind Waste, or we were formerly Wheelbrader. So Wind Waste Innovations is our new company name.
Delegate, in the package that we sent, good afternoon, this is Mike. I'm Mary's colleague from Wind Waste Innovations. There's a table that depicts the levels of emissions that the $40 million that we're currently investing in this year and next year will take emissions from to, and it compares it with the US EPA guidelines or regulations, our current emissions levels, and our levels that we'll be at when we conclude the $40 million investment.
Okay, well, I'm going to have to track that down. I'm seeing you both signed up as oral, but I can't seem to find the written testimony. But I guess whatever that number is, I guess it's NOx, it's SOx, it's like, what are the other things that you are required to have emissions controls for?
It's NOx, it's SOx, it's dioxins, it's mercury, it's cadmium, and it's lead.
Okay, so those are all things that come from incineration that you need to add additional controls for. And in some ways, what you're saying to us is you want to take clean energy credits and use them to take dirty energy and make it slightly less dirty because of the requirements that the EPA has and the Baltimore City has, or that you've been asked for. And I guess I just can't understand why it is that we continue to subsidize technology that has so many poisonous emissions that people are dying all around it, and we continue to call it a clean energy. It's I'll just leave that as isn't that so? Thank you.
Could we respond or?
Johnny Mouse.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Just a quick question for the bill sponsor. So this bill, if it's enacted, it takes effect when?
Let's see, that's a good question. Let me just check on the effective date. I believe that it basically starts in 2023.
2023. And since we've got the microphone, methane is really bad, right? I'm not on the Environment and Transportation Committee. Methane gas is one of the worst gases for the environment. Is that true?
Methane is multiple times, I forget the exact number, but worse in terms of spurring climate change than carbon is.
And help me understand this. So, and then when you burn the methane, though, it's not there is an emission, but it's not as bad as methane. Is that true?
I don't think that's true, but I would defer to one of the folks that actually have some sort of degree in this rather than me, who went to law school specifically.
If they can answer it in 3 seconds or less, it's like a yes, no.
Okay.
Nobody.
Anyone want to take the comparison there?
Nah, that's fine. And I don't want to go down the road. You've answered my questions. I'll add, we did this bill in the past, and there's a town that in my district that spent a lot of money on implementing a methane energy generation part of their microgrid, and it's a big hit for them. And I don't know how they would be expected to pivot and adjust that quickly. So, but that's not a question. Thank you.
Okay, so we will go back to the favorables. I have Lily Hawkins.
Thank you, Chairman Wilson and members of the committee. Food and Water Watch, on behalf of its 40,000 members in Maryland, urges a favorable report on HB 11, the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act. You have written testimony from us, so I urge you to read that today. I'm here to say that energy produced from incineration of poultry litter and trash, factory farm biogas, landfill methane, and wood should not count towards our renewable energy goals. These technologies all produce significant amounts of greenhouse gases and air pollution that threaten the climate and health of frontline communities. 67 groups and businesses have submitted a letter supporting HB 11, and residents from around the state agree that we must remove all the polluting energy sources from our RPS. That includes incineration, which is an ongoing problem that has come up many times in this committee, and it includes methane from anaerobic digestion, where we can still avoid going down a path that will entrench factory farms and fossil fuel infrastructure. Marylanders do not want their renewable energy dollars going to facilities that make them sick and exacerbate climate change. It's time to clean up the RPS by removing all technologies that create greenhouse gases from Tier 1 of the program by passing the Reclaim Renewable Energy Act. I urge you to give a favorable report to HB 11. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mariah Payan.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 11. My name is Maria Payan, the Delmarva representative from the Socially Responsible Agriculture Project. I'm also here representing Sentinels of Eastern Shore Health and Sussex Health and Environmental Network, whose coalition members unify a collective voice for positive solutions and inclusiveness in working towards healthy solutions. Numerous anaerobic digesters, biogas projects are popping up on the lower Eastern Shore of Maryland and in Sussex County, Delaware. These are being proposed in low-income communities, which are majority brown and Black, many with language barriers, already dealing with more than their fair share of pollution. These are being cleverly marketed as a way to help our small farmers with their litter and an answer to the runoff degrading our wells and streams. Why? Number one, industry is using sympathy for our family farmers whose livelihoods are being devastated now to garner support from legislators. Helping a farmer with their litter problem is much more palatable than describing the actual scope of the project, which reveals that poultry processing plant waste will be the majority of the feedstock for these plants. The third is public money being allocated to help the small farmer sounds more reasonable than using our tax money to fund waste disposal for multi-billion-dollar industries who've had a pattern of polluting the communities here. While these facilities are being wordsmithed as an alternative to land application, enhanced air quality, safe water quality, economic development opportunities, and healthy and safe living, even as environmental justice solutions, this is not the reality here. A byproduct, digestate, must be land applied and can run off into our streams and wells. There are harmful emissions, carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, sulfur dioxide, and the heavy truck traffic bringing in feedstock to the project. Some of these projects estimating 20 to 30,000 tanker trucks per year. Other than some temporary construction jobs, minimal long-term jobs are created with these projects. There are risks of explosions and methane leaking pipelines. And these are basically small refineries being constructed in our neighborhoods, which have
And
been—
I'm going to need you to start to wrap up.
Okay, for agriculture and single residential homes. We don't have time to tinker around the edges. We need sustainable, renewable solutions. We cannot knowingly allow the consequences of allowing dirty energy sources to be included in any clean energy future. It's immoral to threaten the health and safety of those most vulnerable in our communities and call it a solution. Please support House Bill 11.
Mike Ewall.
Hi, Mike Ewall again with Energy Justice Network. Totally support this bill. Trash incineration is the most expensive and polluting way to manage waste or to make energy. That's one of the reasons why Montgomery County has chosen to close their trash incinerator, even though they don't have a landfill within their borders like Baltimore has. And Baltimore City Council also twice unanimously supported the idea of getting rid of trash incineration credits from the RPS. An earlier speaker mentioned that biomass is highly efficient and talked about the global warming benefits of it. I think I've debunked some of that earlier, but biomass is less efficient than fossil fuels. It's just the nature of the fuel. You have to burn about twice as much to get the same amount of energy. So there's nothing highly efficient about that. They're not greenhouse gas benefits. They're actually worse based on how much greenhouse gases are coming out of the stack. We know that, and we know it's not carbon neutral. I've explained that already. Domtar was here. Now they are here to keep the flow of Maryland ratepayer dollars to their Johnsonburg, Pennsylvania paper mill, to their paper mill in North Carolina, and to the paper mill in Kingston, Tennessee. I want to see why Maryland has an interest in continuing to subsidize these mills, even after you took black liquor out of the RPS last year, and thank you for that. There are still credits that will be flowing to these mills, not just because credits are banked, but because other loopholes in the definition and biomass is also burned at the same mills. So you're still subsidizing the ones you thought you stopped subsidizing in last year's legislation. And on poultry waste, I've been involved in helping people fight poultry waste incinerators on 4 continents. And the only one that got built that wasn't stopped was in Benson, Minnesota. And the utility there found that it cost 10 times more to buy their power than to build new wind power. And they lobbied the state legislature to let them out of having to buy it. They bought the plant out and tore it down just a few years ago. So this is why no poultry waste incineration has been built on the Eastern Shore, despite 20 years of talking about it and having the subsidy that has not even been used. So please support this bill.
Thank you. Jennifer Coons.
Yes, thank you so much. My name is Jennifer Kunze with Clean Water Action, and I live in Baltimore City in the 45th District. And trash and everything else that emits greenhouse gases does not belong in the RPS. Earlier, it was pointed out how much of the electricity on our grid at this very moment is not renewable. 100% true, exactly why we need this bill. We absolutely need to expand the truly renewable emissions-free electricity on our grid. And that means we need to give every single renewable energy dollar we have to expand the wind, solar, hydro, and geothermal we need. And that does not include trash incineration because trash is not renewable. A lot of it's plastic, literally made out of fossil fuels. A lot of it's organic waste that could be composted. And composting is the real climate hero of waste management, not trash incineration. Proper composting does not produce methane because I'm quoting the EPA here, methane producing microbes are not active in the presence of oxygen, which you get in a turned compost pile. No methane emitted and carbon sequestered in the ground with composting. Compare that with burning trash to produce CO2 or manufacturing methane that either leaks as methane, which happens, or gets burned and turns into CO2. And incinerators emit a lot more than CO2. You'll see in the Environmental Integrity Project's testimony supporting this bill that Bresco's 2020 mercury emissions were 37 times higher than Maryland's coal plants' mercury emissions per unit of energy. And even if that comes down a little bit in the future, mercury is such a powerful neurotoxin that getting it into the air that we breathe in Baltimore in any amount is extremely dangerous. So subsidizing waste management through the RPS puts the state's thumbs on the scales in favor of incineration, which is one of the worst ways to manage our waste for the environment, over composting and recycling, which are one of the best. So please even the playing field by passing this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Timothy Whitehouse.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Tim Whitehouse. I am Executive Director of Public Employees for Environmental Responsibility. We're a national organization that works with current and former public employees. We represent whistleblowers. We're located in Silver Spring, Maryland, and we have offices in 5 states throughout the country. We recently completed a report on Maryland's Renewable Portfolio Standard. And what we found is Maryland is an outlier in both terms of the volume of dirty energy it subsidizes and the location of the facilities that are subsidized. The report estimates that between 2008 and 2030, Maryland ratepayers will spend about $500 million subsidizing these dirty energy sources. I wanted to offer some examples, concrete examples of the types of facilities that we're supporting that have not yet been mentioned. Maryland energy customers make dirty electricity cheaper in Northern Virginia data centers and for its residents. That's because Maryland subsidizes tens of millions of dollars to Novick, a biomass facility too dirty to qualify for Virginia's renewable portfolio standard. So what this means is Maryland energy subscribers are paying higher prices to make Virginia ratepayers have lower prices. Maryland energy customers pay to underwrite the production of toxic PFAS fertilizer in Washington, D.C. Why is that? That's because Maryland is subsidizing Blue Plains wastewater treatment plant and the production of producing waste into fertilizer. The Sierra Club recently tested these fertilizers throughout the country and found the highest levels of PFAS are from the Blue Plains project. You'll note that both of the examples I just gave, no energy is provided to Maryland. Also, the Fairfax incinerator has been mentioned by Delegate Stewart. The Fairfax incinerator has an interesting story. It was kicked out of New Jersey's clean energy program for not complying with state environmental requirements. That was no problem for Fairfax. They could then sell the RECs into Maryland because Maryland does not check for compliance.
Sir, I'm going to need you to start to wrap up, please.
Yep. Thanks. So I just wanted to say, I wanted to add that to the discussion and say rates are too high in Maryland. If we subsidize energy, it should be for clean energy. Thank you.
Thank you. Shashwanda Campbell.
Hi, it's Shashonda Campbell. But hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. I am in full support of HB 11 because on the ground, I work for the South Baltimore Community Land Trust. I got involved with just being a part of an EJ community when I was in high school. And there was a proposed incinerator that was going to be built less than a mile away from our school. And this is a community that already have multiple health problems. And to speak on what someone spoke on earlier, it does matter in the tone of your skin, because 80% of incinerators are in communities of low income and of color. And that's just what's happening. That's a pattern around the world. And it is not renewable energy. It's not, because what the cost is that we don't see, that the incinerators don't talk about, is the cost that comes with health. We see this every day. When I go in a classroom that sits close to the incinerator in Baltimore City, and most of the students' hands go up when you ask a question simply of who has asthma. When they talk about cancer that runs in their family. And these are only because of the zip codes they live in. This is not normal. And that is not renewable energy. And we should not be supporting it. What we see on the ground that people do want, and I talk to thousands of residents every day, what they do want is a level playing field for things like compost. And what we're doing right now in Baltimore City is trying to get a compost facility up. We have already secured some universities and wanting to divert their waste that's going to that incinerator because they know it's bad and they know that it's killing people and they know that it's not the way that we should further deal with our waste. So what we're saying today is that it is time for our state to step up, and they say that it is not the way to continue. It was never supposed to be in tier 1, and it was never supposed to be around this long getting renewable energies. This is not going to shut them down. They have been going before this, and they will continue going after this. But this is also creating subsidies for things that are actually renewable, and we have to give them a chance. And that's why you should say yes to this bill and yes to our community's health, because we are the ones that's dealing with this every day. So support this bill.
Thank you, ma'am. And now we'll go back to the unfavorables. Peter Ettinger.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I very much appreciate the chance to speak today in opposition to House Bill 11, elimination of methane from the AD process from Tier 1 of the renewable energy portfolio. At Bioenergy DevCo, we finance, build, operate anaerobic digestion facilities throughout the world. And I would suggest that no technology manages organic waste while capturing methane emissions that you would see coming from landfills, incineration, land application, even composting. I'd also suggest to the committee that they take a look at the EPA hierarchy that talks about the role of anaerobic digestion in the capturing of methane. In fact, they place it ahead of composting. And I would suggest that we learn from Europe on environmental and economic benefits of AD. 9,000 units in Germany alone have been built in the only continent to reduce methane from the atmosphere. We are at the final stages of commissioning a plant here in North America, in Jessup, Maryland. The capacity of this plant will be 115,000 tons per year of organic materials that would otherwise head to landfill and incineration. That's 30,000 tons of carbon dioxide saved from the atmosphere each year, a forest 56 times the size of Central Park. We'll produce 20,000 tons of rich, fertile soil amendment, and in terms of energy, 275,000 MMBTUs per year. That's the annual electric consumption of 6,600 US households, almost 2 million gallons of diesel fuel, 11 million miles of tractor trailer fuel. What I guess in summary, what we would like to say is that Maryland has taken significant steps towards growing organic recycling structure, which happened last year. And we want to make sure that people understand that removing renewable energy derived from the AD process from Maryland's RPS will discourage production of an important renewable fuel in Maryland that does capture methane and stifle expansion of really needed organics recycling infrastructure as the stance ramps up. So for that reason, we request respectfully an unfavorable report on HB 11. Thank you.
Thank you, John Ackerly. Mr. Ackerly. Okay, Fraser Blaylock.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Chairman Wilson and co-chair. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I represent Covanta Energy. My name is Fraser Blaylock. I represent, again, Covanta, which has provided safe, cost-effective trash disposal and generation of clean, renewable energy in Maryland since 1995. I'm here today to express Covanta's opposition to House Bill 11, which would remove waste to energy and several other technologies from Tier 1 of Maryland's RPS. The elimination of waste to energy as a Tier 1 renewable source would ignore the many benefits these facilities bring to their communities and the environment and treat it unfairly in the very competitive energy and disposal markets. Waste to energy is a clean, local, renewable, efficient, and economical form of baseload energy production and post-recycled waste disposal that helps Maryland divert waste from landfills while producing energy to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels. These plants can be located close to population centers where trash is generated and thus avoid the long-haul truck traffic associated with most landfill sites. In the case of Montgomery County, the trash is railed from the Shady Grove transfer station to Dickerson. So there is no truck traffic moving waste from Shady Grove out to the Dickerson facility. The process of converting waste into energy is a key part of an integrated materials management plan that focuses on waste reduction, reuse, and recovery of energy. And Montgomery County has one of the best systems in the U.S., very like those in the very like those in the EU. So, in summary, I encourage the committee to vote unfavorably on House Bill 11. Thank you.
Delegate Charkoudian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Blaylock, I had a question for you.
Yeah.
Where are the Covanta facilities? I know there's one in Montgomery County. Is yours the one in Lorton as well?
Yes, it is.
Does your Lorton facility receive RECs from the Maryland RPS?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we're clear about that, because I think what the Montgomery County executive, right now in Montgomery County, it's the county that receives the RECs. Is that correct?
Well, Montgomery County, yes, for the facility that the Montgomery County owns in Montgomery County, they receive the REC, they sell their RECs and they receive the REC revenue. Yes, that all that money goes to Montgomery County.
So Montgomery County has been on record now for a few years saying that they would rather have a policy where that money was going into real clean energy. And so I guess my question is, since that money is sort of neither here nor there for Covanta, are you primarily advocating, does Covanta as a company receive the RECs then for the Lorton facility in Virginia?
We do, because we own that facility.
Got it. So your advocacy right now is to continue receiving RECs that go to a Virginia plant, not a Montgomery County plant. Is that
We'd
right?
like to see the RECs continue to come to Montgomery County, because for one thing, we would like to stay in business in Montgomery County for a long time. That facility has a lot of good years left in it. And the REC revenue that is brought in from these credits helps to supplement the cost of maintaining Montgomery County's state-of-the-art materials management program. So we think it has a great benefit to the county to be rewarded for the greenhouse gas benefits of creating electricity from its waste. And so we'd like to see waste energy continue to be recognized for the benefit that it brings to Montgomery County, to Baltimore, and to the rest of the communities, around the country and around the world that have chosen to move away from landfilling and create electricity from their waste.
Yeah.
And create jobs. The jobs in Montgomery County are a significant source of revenue for those who are employed there.
Yeah, so with all due respect, it is the county executive and the county council that are going to sort out the best way to manage waste. And I think their position is that these funds would be better spent on actual clean energy. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Pam Casemeyer.
Hello, members of the committee. Pam Casemeyer here on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association. You've heard a lot of compelling testimony already. The Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association is the private sector waste industry. It includes recycling facilities, landfills, waste to energy, composting facilities, and the hauling community. And we're here respectfully in opposition to this bill. This bill removes multiple different sources, and you've heard from individual interests on various sources. And my testimony really on behalf of the industry is a little broader. There will always be landfills. There will always be a need to manage waste, whether it's through waste to energy, whether it's through landfills, whether it's through wood waste facilities. It is better to maintain in Maryland the incentives to all of those entities without the technologies that you're now going to exclude still have significant environmental impact. So you're taking away incentives for these facilities to continue to improve their environmental footprint for no good reason, because you have a landfill without a methane recovery system, they still produce methane. incentivize them to want to recover that methane. And I'd like to call out a couple of things. Someone said wood was good. Composting sounds great, but you know, in Howard County, there was a proposal for a wood waste composting facility. And I'm sorry to say, but some of the people in support of this bill opposed that facility, including the Sierra Club. Well, if composting is wonderful, then they need to support that infrastructure. We have to have solid waste infrastructure, and we have to have incentives to make it as renewable. And with that, I'd ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you, Mike Doherty.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair Crosby and members of the House Economic Matters Committee. I'm Mike Doherty. I'm the marketing manager for Wind Waste Innovations, Mid-Atlantic region. I think all of you may have known it as Wheelabrator, and I'm testifying in opposition to HB 11. Maryland's renewable energy portfolio standard was established to promote the expansion of renewable energy production methods in Maryland and to reduce the state's reliance on fossil fuel. Eliminating waste to energy as a tier 1 renewable energy source would be in direct conflict with that worthy objective. In 2021, the world generated more power from coal than ever. So now is the time to support increased use of all forms of renewable energy: solar, wind, geothermal, sustainably managing waste by converting everyday residential and business waste into renewable energy is a safe, sustainable, and effective way to further reduce the state's reliance on fossil fuel to produce energy. Every day, wind waste in Baltimore generates about 65 megawatts of renewable energy, enough to power about 35,000 Maryland homes. We convert nearly 700,000 tons of waste every year into renewable energy, diverting it from landfills that produce methane. Think methane reduction, which is a powerful greenhouse gas. Waste to energy also eliminates the tractor trailer trip someone mentioned earlier. Think emissions to haul waste to landfills, which are often out of state. At our Baltimore facility, we recycle nearly 12,000 tons of metal on the back end of our process, preserving natural resources needed for new product creation. As the world is creating more waste than it ever has, and I want to give you a number, waste generation is projected to increase by more than 70% by the year 2050. Waste to energy is the preferred disposal method preferred by the US EPA as for large-scale waste management, and meets the goals of the Maryland Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard. Because waste to energy clearly meets the eligibility of a
Sir, I'm going to need you to wrap up.
Because waste to energy meets the eligibility of a tier 1 renewable energy source, I urge this committee to give HB 11 an unfavorable report. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Joe Hinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Joe Hinson, president of the Maryland Forest Association, and also a consulting forester headquartered in Salisbury, Maryland. There are two sources of wood that might typically flow into thermal biomass systems. The first is the tops, limbs, suppressed trees, smaller trees in rural areas that are a product of logging operations. This is often used as pulpwood, and certainly was in Western Maryland before the closure of the Verso mill over there, where now there is really no market for that wood. If thermal biomass RECs are available, that adds to the value of that wood, and that encourages landowners to make investments in forest management and resist conversion to other uses. The second source of wood is the tons, millions of tons a year in the urban areas from storm damage, tree care companies, unusable wooden pallets, and the value associated with thermal RECs allows that wood to be transported to facilities that can turn it into products or energy. So for these reasons, we oppose this bill and urge the committee to give it an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. And standing between your weekend, Delegate Aarons.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a real quick question for either Mr. Hinson or Mr. Doherty. How far have we come with the technology for biomass or waste to energy in the last 10 years?
Well, I think we've come a great ways. The systems that I'm familiar with are clean burning. They use something called capture and reburn technology, which drastically reduces CO2 and nitrous oxide, sulfur dioxide. I'd love to take the committee members down to see some of those operations. I think you'd be amazed at how efficient and how clean they are.
I think one of my points as to the question is, I think over the last several years, we've seen such an increase in technology in these areas. That coupled with the fact that I think if you read the testimony, both the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, and Maryland Energy Administration, both are sitting down telling you that this is not a good idea right now to move forward with a bill like this. And just for the information for the committee, these are viable sources that we as legislators, these are state agencies that made this point. And I would just suggest that if we would put the dollars that we've dedicated to things like solar and the investments in that and wind, I think you'd see some leaps and bounds. And based on the way that our energy is being produced today and the fact that not any other state can produce what they need at this point, I think I say this most every time, we need to slow down and take a harder look at this, because these are disastrous dollars that we're putting on the ratepayers. Isn't that so, Joe?
All right. Well, thank you, everybody. That concludes this bill hearing, and that concludes the hearings for today. I appreciate everybody hanging in there. I know it's a long week and a long day of bill hearings today specifically, and I will see everybody next week. Hang in there.